Hello, 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 folks. We're going to get started here in about 1 minute. I hope everyone is having an excellent week so far and an excellent Sunday. And it looks as though my Twitch interface here is partially broken. So hopefully, if y'all are here, you can put something in chat because I cannot see my view count or anything right now. It's not working. So we're just going to wing it today. I'm going to put a quick, okay. Hey, Jazzy Pants. Yeah, I don't know why I can't see anything. It's like totally borked. At least I can see chats. Hey, hello. Hey, Dia. Hey, Dia. Oh boy. Yeah, something's broken. But hey, at least I can see chat, and really, that's all that matters, right? That's all that matters. Thanks. Hi, Nate. Thanks, folks. All right. Let's go ahead and get started. Hey, Abidemi. Oh, Kasava. What the what? Oh my goodness, Kasava. Thank you so much. I'm going to flip over to camera for that. Wow, 6 months, Kasava. Thank you. That's incredible. And Prime sub too. So that means it doesn't cost Kasava anything. They're just chilling out here, subbing to their favorite streamers for free, which you should also do. Again, it never has to be me. But if you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, please use your Prime sub on whichever streamer you would like to because it doesn't cost you anything. And that's the most important part. Education should be free, right? It shouldn't cost you anything unless you want it to. You should always have that choice. So know that you should never pay for a sub if you are already an Amazon Prime subscriber. That should be free for you. Oh, and Dia, thank you so much for the Prime sub. You're doing it right, Dia. Absolutely. Use that Prime sub. Thank you, Dia. All right. So, Wolf Squad, yeah. Jazzy Pants says the minimal design is to help you focus. Yeah, that's it, right? Yeah. I'm not allowed to know like how long I've been streaming for or, how many viewers I have or anything, right? That's not important. Yeah. Why would I need to know that? Oh, and Jazzy, thank you so much for the sub as well. Um, I don't know why your notification didn't work, Jazzy. I'm sorry, but I see you. Oh, wait, is it going? No, it's not going. What the heck? Okay, well, Jazzy Pants, I see your sub. Thank you so much. Um, I don't think it flashed up on the screen though. Yeah, Twitch Studio is all sorts of broken today. Good. I'm glad you feel special, Jazzy. You are special. Everybody here is special. Um, Yes, says thank you, Jeff Bezos. Yes, our general goal on this stream is to cost Jeff Bezos money by making everyone aware that Prime subs exist, because that does nothing but cost Jeff Bezos money and put money into small streamers' pockets. And so that's the good part. We want to make Jeff Bezos sell his cowboy hat in order to go to space again. So that is our secret overall goal. Do not tell Jeff Bezos, please. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. So we are continuing our ongoing React series today. So welcome. If you are brand new, feel free to hang out with us. You're not, we're not going to kick you out. It'll help you follow along better if you have a basic knowledge of like when we say things like props or components or state. It'll help if you have a basic knowledge of what those things are. However, it's a pretty chill stream. So feel free to just hang around if you want to. Um, oh, I need to turn on closed captioning because I physically cannot remember to do that without a little reminder that pops up in my chat window. So 1 second. I'm going to turn on closed captioning for those that want or need it. It'll be on in a moment. If any of you are out there, oh, thank you, Dia. Dia says, thank you, Leon and Mindwolf, currently working as the chief architect in my company. Bizarre, this is real. Holy heck, Dia, that's amazing. Wow. Dia says, I still reference your videos from time to time. Well, thank you. That is amazing. Chief architect. So what are you doing, Dia, like in general? Like what sorts of things are you working on? You don't have to give me specifics, but um, Let's see, dashboard. Get my captions going. Hey, Liz Judy, welcome to the stream. You're okay at React? That's awesome. Yeah, so welcome to the stream, Liz. So hopefully, yeah, you'll be able to follow along just fine here as long as you know the basic vocab. Um, okay, so captions should be available if anybody wants or needs it. And you can, in order to turn on captions, you can go over to the right of your video window and click on the close captioning button that should appear. Oh, Chris, thank you so much for the sub. I see your sub notification popped up. I don't think it popped up on screen. Those are still not working for some reason. But thank you so much for the sub, Chris. I see you out there. Diaz says, I work with the director of engineering and lay down the web architecture for each project. My company is a software development agency. Wow, that is so cool, Dia. Oh my goodness. That's so rad. I bet that's so much fun. Issy says, hey, Mayan, how would you get better at Leet Code? Um, yeah, so with Leet Code, I would agree with Jazzy Pants in basically that you're just going to have to practice and you're going to suck at it at first, and if you can and know that there's no shame in looking at the answers, but what's important is when you look at the answer, at first, if you can't solve something, that's fine, just look at the answer or find the answer online. A lot of times these solutions are all out there. But you can look at the answer, but then go through that solution, make sure you can understand why it works, and then go back and do the problem. Sure, you've already looked at the solution, but you need to be able to apply what you've just learned. So then go back and immediately do the problem, and then bookmark it or flag it or something like that, and come back maybe, a certain number of days later, maybe a week later, and see if you can do it again. Maybe you can't quite get the answer the second time, but maybe you'll be able to remember a couple of the steps, right? Remember, oh yeah, I needed to use, this method, or oh yeah, I needed to, put together like a dictionary or something like that. And maybe you'll remember the general concepts, even if you can't solve it. So then go back and look at the solution again, go through the solution again, practice with the solution, and then bookmark that problem again, and just keep going back to it at intervals until you can solve it. And what that's going to do is it's going that spaced repetition and that active recall is going to start to cement some of those general methodologies in your head, and so that you'll be able to kind of just reference them on command as you go. Because it's really important not to just one and done these problems when you can't solve them, right? It's what's important is that you don't go to the problem, say I can't solve it, look at the solution, and then never do the problem again, right? Because then you haven't learned anything. So that would be my suggestion for incrementally getting better at LeetCode, and you'll find yourself um, over time, you'll find yourself then having to look at the answer less and less. But it's going to be a gradual process. LeetCodes are hard. No worries, Chris. Thank you very much. Yeah, man, so much positivity and success in this stream today. That's awesome. Thank you all. I love it. I don't care if I can't see my view count or time spent streaming when chat is crushing it today. All I need is y'all were right. All I need is chat. I don't need anything. I don't need to see anything else. All I need is chat. All right. So what are we doing today? Well, over the past couple weeks, we learned about what state is, um, and how state can basically store stuff we want to know about our UI, right? Basically what we do when we talk about state is we think about all the ways that we want our component to look, right? We think about all the possible visual configurations for our component, and then we translate those into code using state. So state is literally the state of our UI at a given point. And so we have certain triggers in our code which change that state, right? Which change that state based on, a user clicking a button or entering data or something like that. And then that state change triggers a UI change. And so today we're continuing sort of the discussion of state, and we're really just going to expand that concept to go beyond single components, right? Previously, we've kept the discussion of state within single components, but now we're going to move it into how can we update multiple components at the same time with one piece of state. So we'll talk about why we might want to do that, and then how we do that as well. So Dia was saying they went in as a mid-senior full stack dev 2 months after finishing the second cohort. No coding experience, just Rufio, Leon, and Mayan Wolf. Wow, that's incredible, Dia. That's amazing. See, like what Dia said, that senior title, don't be scared of it. Some folks are getting real, like, antsy when they start getting courted for senior roles and things like that because they think they can't hack it, and that's not true. You have skills. As long as you're able to sell yourself and sell your abilities, then you're going to be fine. My first dev role was a senior role. Actually, that's the role I'm still in. First dev role, senior title. Like, it doesn't it it doesn't matter. you know like Leon always says, people are scared of that word senior, but it doesn't matter. All it does is hopefully get you more money. And I think Dia has also just proved that there. Third Decade says, what an inspiration. I'm all finished up till class 6 and learning a lot here. That's rad. Nice. Hey, hola, Seppi. How's it going? Mind expanded. I'm glad, Prangel. Yeah, we tend to sell ourselves too short when we're going into when we're job hunting, right? Because you think, oh, I'm new. I don't, what do I know, right? Well, you know a lot. You have all these skills that you've learned from 100 devs. You have all these skills that you've picked up from folks here on Twitch and doing projects and building your portfolio, and you know more than a surprising number of people already. So if you get courted for senior roles, just go for it. What do you got to lose, right? Oh, thank you for the follow, Seppi. And Dia says, 100% with what Mindwolf said. Don't get scared with the titles. My post presumed 3 to 5 years of experience. I had 0 years. Absolutely. Yeah. And same with me. In my role that I got, it was, they, all of my coworkers had way more experience than I did when I was hired on. And I literally was like, yeah, there's no way I'm going to get this. And so I went into the interview with like zero F's given, right? Like I just didn't give a crap. I wasn't nervous because I was like, there's no freaking way. Like it's not going to happen. And so just because I had zero, I don't know, hesitancy about like just going in on it, like, because I was like, I'm not going to get this. Screw it, whatever. That actually made it turn out better than it would have otherwise, I think. Just YOLO. So if he says, what are you going to code? We are talking about state in React today, and we are talking about sharing state between components. So that's what we're going to be working on today. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, yeah, that's a great point, Third Decade. Dia, you should do a T spill with 100 devs. They would love to hear that. Seppi says, you have a university degree? Yes, I do. But it's not in computer science. I have never taken a computer science course. Well, I did, but I almost failed it. So I feel like it doesn't count. I didn't learn anything. I took one course and it did not go well. But yeah, I don't have any formal CS background at all. All right, that's awesome, Dia. I'm so happy for you. You only YOLO once. Oh, we got a posture check there. Thank you. Oh boy. Uh, okay, let's see. I'm catching up with chat. Is hopping today. I love it. Thank you, chat. Amazindor says thoughts on Nest.js on the back end. I haven't used Nest personally, so or you're talking about Next.js, I assume. If anybody else has used Next, I'll let them. If anybody else, feel free to speak up. If you like Next, if you don't like Next, feel free to share your thoughts in answer to Amazindor. H. Mendoza says, Mind Wolf, do you know what happened to Leon? I have not seen him in a while. Yes, Leon is still very active. He's on the 100 Devs Discord. So exclamation point Leon in chat if you'd like to see, if you'd like access to the Discord. And he's still doing daily stand-ups with on Discord, on the Discord stage. He's not been streaming on Twitch, but he is very active on Discord. So the Discord community is still going strong, but there's no classes on Twitch right now other than the content that I'm doing. And Rufio too. Seppi says, how do you apply for a coding job? Well, 100 devs will help you get that job, just like Dia was telling us here in chat. It's free. There's no charge. Education should be free. That is the tenet of 100 devs and why I do what I do here on Twitch, and so many others do what they do on Twitch. So we aren't going to steal your information. There's no cost. It's just a free Discord and education series that's hosted on YouTube and Twitch. So exclamation point Leon, if you'd like to learn how to get, how to learn how to make your coding skills better and how to finally get that job after you have the skills. So exclamation point Leon. Check out the website, check out the Twitch, check out the Discord. D Home says, I kind of wish I could go back for comp sci, but no one will take me for second degree. Yeah, I've never felt the need to go back for a CS degree, even now that I'm a senior dev. I just don't feel like I need it. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, fair play if you want to do that, and that's awesome. Yeah, I don't know why they wouldn't take you for a second degree. Hmm. Yeah, networking, you're more likely to get a job through networking, absolutely, versus just clicking apply. Yep, I highly agree with that. Okay, loving the discussion, but let's go ahead and get started. And feel free to, ask questions, comments, continue the discussion as we're going through. I'm always happy to field questions at any time about this or about anything else. Uh, but we'll go ahead and get started here with our content for today. So, like I said before, we've been talking about state previously, and now we're going to expand that discussion outside of individual components. So previously, we were talking about state in the context of single components. So, how can we flip state inside a single component in order to update the visual appearance of that component? But that's really not how most UIs work, right? With most UIs, they're going to be a combination of many components. You might have a form, and then you might have a couple of text boxes around the form. You might have some images that maybe you have like an image carousel on one side. Maybe you have some buttons like links at the top, a nav bar, things that are separate visual components of your site, which then in themselves are probably going to be separate React components on your site. And so if you think about a UI as a combination of multiple components, you might want some of those components or all of those components to stay in sync with each other. So, how can we do that? Well, you can use state to do that. We just need to modify the way we think about it very slightly. So, sharing state between components. Sometimes we want the state of two components to always change together. To do it, we're going to remove state from both of them, move it to their closest common parent, and then pass it down to them via props. This is known as lifting state up, and it's one of the most common things you'll do writing React code. This is true. Lifting state up is extremely common. So we're lifting state up from a child to a parent, and then we're simply passing the state back down to the child or children, generally multiple children, using props. Do we remember? Do we remember what props are? Anybody remember what props are? We talked about it a little bit last week, but it's been a little while since we've touched on props. So, what are props? Anybody recall? You're just giving me an excuse to hydrate here. Hmm. Props, props, props. Kasava says properties of the component. Okay. So, Seven says parameters to pass to other classes. Yes. So, what we're doing, props are passed. Yep, that's correct. Yep. Passing data from parent to child. Yeah, I think that's a pretty good summary there, third decade. So, what props are an object, literally called props. The object is called props, and it can be passed from a parent component to a child component in order to control that child's behavior. And props only flow one way, right? They only flow from parent to child. Children can't pass props back up. So we'll see it. We'll see some examples of props again to kind of refresh your memory. But remember, props can only flow downward from parent to child. Yeah. And props also can't be modified, right? They're immutable. Props can't be changed. So it's like we were talking about that dysfunctional family dynamic, right? So props get passed down from parent to child, and the child is forced to listen. Like the child cannot disobey. The child must listen to the parent and take these props. You will listen to me, and you cannot disobey my instructions. So yeah, it's kind of a dysfunctional family dynamic in React. One way data flow. Exactly. Hey, Tobadelius. Thank you for the follow, V Slot. All right, so let's look at some examples of lifting state up and then passing it back down to the children via props. All right, lifting state up by example. In this example, a parent accordion component renders two separate panels. So we have our parent accordion and then the two child panels. And this is pretty common, right? This is something you're going to see on websites a lot. You're going to see a parent header of some kind and then child sections. Actually, I think I need to reset this because I was messing with it earlier. There we go. All right, so let's look and see what's happening here. Oh, OX80, thank you so much. Yeah, so that's kind of the vibe of my streams in general, is that we go nice and slow, section by section, um, through whatever we're covering. It's not always the docs. Sometimes it's a project or something like that. But the goal of my streams is to be chill and receptive to questions. So feel free to ask questions if you have any while we're going through it. Thank you for the follow, 7O Edit. Okay, so what do we got here? Well, first we're importing state, right? We always have to do that. And we have our individual panels. These are these things right here, these two sections. Okay, and then we have our accordion, which is referencing the panel component twice. Okay, so the first one is called about, the second one is called etymology. I love the word etymology, by the way. It's so great. So etymology is the study of words and word origins. I love studying word origins. Language is fun. So yes, etymology. And notice that they're calling this panel component and passing data inside of the component itself, right? This is actually the content of the component. So if I click on about here, we see that what's being passed here is what's displayed inside the component. Okay, so when I do this, when I reference a component and I put some stuff inside of it, does anybody remember how that gets passed into the child component itself, right? Because this content right here is going to be passed into our panel component as what type of prop? Do we remember? When we do something like this, it's a very specific type of prop. We take this component, we turn it into an open and closing tag, and we put stuff inside of it. What do we call that? You can scroll if you have this open, you can scroll up and see and peek on the answer, and then impress me in chat. But see if you can remember what specific type of prop this is. It has a name. Do we recall? State prop, that's a good guess. Let's look. Okay, so inside of panel, I'm passing some content. No, hey, it's fine to take wild guesses. There's nothing wrong with that. So here in this panel component, I'm passing one prop called about, right? And this is a normal prop because it's sitting inside of the opener tag. So this title about is a normal prop, title equals about. Okay. However, this is a special kind of prop that we put inside of the open and closing tags. And so if we look at the panel component, we can see what props are being passed in. So prop number one is our title prop, which is about. Prop number 2 is this called children right here. Remember, this is a specific type of prop called children. It always has the name children. It'll never be called anything else if it is between the open and closing tags of a referenced component. Okay? So just remember, if you want to do something like that, you need to always pass it into that child as a children prop specifically. 70 says, this is actually refreshing. I haven't looked at React since college. Yeah, and React has changed a lot in recent years, depending on when you graduated college. React is now component-based and hooks-based. So you can still do it the old way if you want to, but this is modern React. So yeah, it might be a little different than the last time you looked. So just remember that standard props are inside the tag. You can give them custom names, but children props are inside open and closing tags of a component, and they will be passed down as children. Okay, so that's sort of ancillary to what this example is actually doing, but I wanted to refresh our memory on that specific topic. All right, so inside of panel, we have a state. We set our state. And remember that when we declare state, it's always declared in a specific way. We declare it as a const with an array. The array has two values. The first one is our state variable itself. In this case, our variable is called isActive. And what is this second part? What does this second part do? So the first one is our actual state variable, which we're going to apply values to that variable. What is this? What is this right here? Set isActive. What does that do? Aha! OX80 coming in hot with the right answers. Good job. Yeah, so it's a function, right? It's a function that updates the state. And so whenever you declare state, you have to have these two parts. You have to set the variable itself, and then you need to set the function that updates the state when we want to change it. Otherwise, you're never going to be able to update state. Okay. And then here we set our initial value. So in this case, our initial value for state is going to be false. And when we set it again, we would expect, toggle it to true, false, true, false, true, false, whatever. Yeah. But yeah, you all are exactly right. Okay, so what happens in here is first we set the title, which is passed down as a prop, right? And then if isActive is true, then we display that children content that we passed down from the parent, right? So all of this text, which is passed down as a children prop, will get displayed if active is set to true. And how do we set state to true? Well, as soon as the button is clicked, we have a what? What is this called? On click is an example of what? On click, on hover, on scroll. What are those? Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly. They're event handlers. Yep. Yep. They're event handlers. They handle triggered events of a variety of different kinds. Yeah, so on click on click when that button is clicked, set isActive is called, which updates our state. That sets state to true, which means that this content will be displayed. So that's all that this does. And we can see that since my state is set inside of each individual panel, that these two panels are going to operate independently of each other, right? So I clicked on this one already. So this one's state is set to true. Now I click on this one and it's also set to true. So if I go ahead and reset this, we can see that my state for each panel is independent, right? They don't rely on each other. So as we see in this illustration down here, in our accordion, we have two separate states for each panel, or one separate state for each panel, and they can operate independently of each other. But let's say you want to change it so that only one panel is expanded at any given time. And you'll see that a lot on websites, right? If you have some kind of a, like you're going through like an FAQ or something, you have to click a button to like expand the FAQ. Um, it's generally only going to let you, expand. Well, it might only let you expand one thing at a time, right? You click on the first thing, you read it, you click on expand for the second FAQ, and it closes the first one to save on screen real estate. Like, especially if you're on mobile, you don't want to all those expanded at once, so you're scrolling forever. You probably only want one at a time, and you can read through them as you go. So, how could we do that? Well, it's actually not too hard with state, because you can have one piece of state controlling all of those FAQs at once. So with this design, expanding the second panel should collapse the first one. How would we do that? Thank you for the follow, Shogun34. So to coordinate these two panels, what we need to do is what's called lifting state up to a parent component in 3 steps. First, we remove the state from the child components. We pass hard-coded data from the parent back down to the child, and we add state to the common parent and pass it down together with the event handlers. Oh, thank you for the stretch. Ooh, that's actually really helpful, Shogun. Thank you for the stretch, because I built a fish tank stand yesterday, and like my whole body hurts today. It was so heavy, and like I was like putting up hinges and stuff, and ugh, I'm like I'm sore in muscles I did not know I possess. So yeah, that was a good idea on that stretch. D Home says, curious question. Anyone else used to or still pronounced FAQ as FAQ? That's the way I think about it in my head. I don't say that out loud because it sounds weird, but yeah, I suppose that's how I say it in my head. So 3 steps: remove state, pass any hard-coded data from the common parent, and add state to the common parent and pass it down together with the event handlers. This will allow our accordion component to coordinate both panels and only expand one at a time. All right, so we will give control of the panel's is active to its parent component. This means that the parent component will pass our is active state to panel as a prop instead. So we're going to start by removing this line from the panel component. So remember, first thing we're going to do is we're going to remove the individual states from each component. We don't want those in the individual components. We want them in the parent. And then instead, we're going to add the state to the panel's list of props, to the list of things that's being passed down from the parent to the child. So you can see how this is going, right? We're not losing any data here. We're just storing it in the parent instead. Now, the panel's parent component can control is active by passing it down as a prop. Conversely, the panel component now has no control over the value of is active. It's now up to the parent component. BJ Campolo, thank you for the follow. So, and remember, because this no control thing, this is by design. This is how props work, right? Props are always passed from parent to child. The child has no control over what the parent is telling them to do. The child just listens. And so that can sometimes allow for better integrity between your components, right? If they're simply all managed by the same parent, that parent is going to be able to direct them better than the components directing themselves, right? So step 2 is passing the hard-coded data from the common parent. To lift our state up, we must locate the closest common parent component of both of the child components that you want to coordinate. So in our case, that's very easy. Our common parent is accordion, which contains both panel children. So it's going to become the source of truth for which panel is currently active. Make the accordion component pass a hard-coded value of is active, for example, true, to both panels. So we're hard-coding it here just to kind of make sure that that's looking right. So what are we doing here? Well, accordion is passing our title prop and a new prop called is active. Now, we can see that is active is hard-coded here. We're just testing to make sure that that's working. But let's see what happens if I change this first one to false. There. See, as soon as I did that, it flipped to its false state. I can flip it back to true. We'll see it changes again. So what that shows me is that is active is being passed correctly from parent to child. And I can set them both to false if I want to, and you'll see the same result. And so we've already looked at the logic for how this works. Basically, we're just saying, all right, is active gets passed down. On click, set is active should be true. But really, all we're doing is hard coding for now. In the next one, we're going to actually add our state back, and so we can, control it from the parent. And feel free to also, if you have this open on your screen, feel free to play around with any of these examples. They're all editable. You can edit them yourselves, and you can play around with the values and see how they respond to certain things. That's one of my favorite things about these new docs is that they are all the examples you can play around with as much as you want and test certain things out and see why they work. Nick Swillery, thank you for the follow. Change apple to potassium? What are you talking about, Dr. Moto? All right, so step 3 then is add state to the common parent. Lifting state up often changes the nature of what you're storing as state. In this case, only one panel should be active at a time, right? That's what we wanted. We wanted a toggle on or off. That means that the accordion common parent component needs to keep track of which panel is the active one. So if panel A is active, we want to make sure that as soon as somebody clicks on panel B, panel A gets switched off and panel B gets switched on, and then vice versa, right? Boop, 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 like that. So instead of a Boolean value, we could use a number as the index of the active panel for the state variable. So in this case, they're changing it from a true and false, which is just a binary toggle, to the actual index of whichever panel is active. So panel 0 is the top one, panel 1 being the bottom one. It's Cyprian. Thank you for the follow. Oh, I get you, Dr. Moto. Okay. Went right over my head. All right. So when active index is 0, first panel is active. When 1, it's the second one. Pretty straightforward. And that would work. Actually, this would work really well, right? If we decided to add more panels in the future. So you could think, well, why couldn't we just keep it true and false and add, specific logic for controlling that? But I feel like putting it to indexes or indices makes it more future proof if we decide we want to add more panels in the future. So that if we're working off of indexes, we could have 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 and flip through those as needed. So clicking the show button in either panel needs to change the active index in accordion. A panel can't set the active index state directly because it's defined inside the accordion. The accordion component needs to explicitly allow the panel component to change its state by passing an event handler down as a prop. Wow, okay, there was a lot going on there. So let's break that down again. A panel can't set the active index state directly because we have moved it out of the panel and into the parent, which is accordion. So we can't, remember, the children cannot directly control their parents. So panel can't set state now that it's in the parent. So how do we do that? Well, the accordion component, the parent, can explicitly allow the panel, the child, to change its state by passing an event handler to it as a prop. Okay, so how does that work? Well, when we reference panel, we pass down is active and an event handler, which says on show set active index 0. And then for the second one, we do the same thing. Is active, active index equals 1. Well, this is actually a Boolean check, right? So is active equals checking to see whether active index is equal to 1. and then also on show. So here we're basically just passing down the controls to allow panel to trigger a state change in the parent. Oh, thank you for the follow, Leonardo Bloom and Code Snippet. Code Snippet, I like your name. And Leonardo Bloom, those are both great names. Domashi RAP, thank you. Wow. Thank you for the follows, everybody. So let's see how this actually works. Sometimes it's easier to look at how it actually works. Okay, the button inside the panel will now use the on-show prop as its click event handler. Okay, so once again, accordion now holds the active state, and this state is set to initial value of 0 as the active panel. So we can see that this panel here is active because the state is set to the initial index 0 value. And then when we reference our panel components, we're passing down the title, we're passing down a check for is active, and we're passing down an event handler. So how does that look inside of our panel component? Well, panel is set up to handle the title, the content, is active, and the event handler. So it's set up to accept those 4 things, which we're passing down. And title is referenced here in the title. And then we check to see whether is active is true or false. If it is active, then we display the content as seen here. And if not, because you can see that this is a ternary, right? We're saying, all right, if is active is true, show content. If not, then we can trigger the event handler that we pass down from the parent as a prop. Okay, so this is a little sleight of hand here, right? Basically saying, hey, on click, trigger the event handler that we're passing down and change the active index. So as soon as I do that, we're triggering a state change in the parent. Wild stuff, huh? Wild stuff. So now this is how we're able to get around that limitation of children not being able to control their parents, because the parent is explicitly passing down an event handler and said it's kind of like I don't know, I'm trying to think of a good analogy for it. It's kind of like the parent giving the kid the TV remote, right? Like normally maybe your dad doesn't let you, didn't let you touch the remote as a kid, but now dad's like, okay, kid, here's the remote, you can change the channel. So they're explicitly giving permission to change the state in the parent. And now we can toggle between them just as expected, because we're able to update the state which is being held in the parent. Thank you for the sub, Jay Barty. Wow, thank you so much. Thank you, Jay Barty. I really appreciate that sub. I apologize that the notification didn't work, but I see you. Thank you. Andy CWB, thank you for the follow. Federico said that was my dad, except he called it a clicker. Oh yeah, gotta love it when you're a kid and your dad or parent or whoever hands you the remote and you're able to actually change the channel. You don't have to watch golf all day. My dad said remotes are the devil. Okay. 3 Lives Prod, thank you for the follow. Thank you once again. Thank you once again for the sub or for the follow, Andy. Okay, so I know there was a lot going on here. So if you have any questions, feel free to ask. But we're going to see more examples of this, of essentially how we can trigger a state, how a child can trigger a state change because the parent has passed the child the remote, right? The parent has passed the child the TV remote, giving them control over the state. However, it's not permanent, right? As a kid, you weren't always allowed to have the TV remote. You can only have the remote when your parent said, all right, fine, you can change the channel. But most of the time, the parent has it, and the parent tells you what to do. So this completes lifting state up. Moving state into the common parent component allowed you to coordinate the two panels. Using the active index instead of two is shown flags ensured that only one panel is active at a given time, and passing down the event handler to the child allowed the child to change the parent's state. We can see how that works here. Initially, accordion's active index is 0, right? So the first panel receives is active true. So is active is set to true. Because active index is 0, this panel is index 0. When active index is set to 1, the is active value is set to false for the 0 panel and set to true for the 1 panel. Trunk Uncle says, TV remote, great example. Kids turn to simple, silly songs or Coco Melon. Hey, you passed him the remote, right? You let him do it. All right, and then we have a brief deep dive here about controlled and uncontrolled components. It is common to call a component with some local state uncontrolled because they are self-governed. They have no parent. They are the toddler in the grocery store that is running around and pulling things off the shelves and screaming. So they are uncontrolled. They have no parent. For example, the original panel component with an is active state variable is uncontrolled because its parent cannot influence whether the panel is active or not. The parent is over on the other side of the grocery store trying to yell to their kid, but the kid is running away and stuffing something mysterious into its mouth. It is uncontrolled. In contrast, you might say a component is controlled when the important information in it is driven by props rather than its own local state. That's the kid that has a little harness and a leash, and the parent has got the other end of the leash in their hand. That kid is controlled. This lets the parent component fully specify its behavior. The final parent panel component with the is active prop is controlled by the accordion component. Uncontrolled components are easier to use within their parents because they require less configuration. This is true. But they're less flexible when you want to coordinate them together. Controlled components are maximally flexible, but they require the parent components to fully configure them with props. Yeah, if you want to manage multiple child components together, that parent has to be able to manage what it's sending down to each child, make sure that what it's sending down to each child makes sense for each child. So yeah, there's a little bit more upfront management required, but they are easier to keep in sync that way. In practice, controlled and uncontrolled aren't strict technical terms. Each component usually has some mix of both local state and props. However, this is a useful way to talk about how components are designed and what capabilities they offer. When writing a component, consider which information in it should be controlled via props and which information should be uncontrolled via state, but you can always change your mind and refactor later. All right, and so the general gist is a single source of truth for each state. In a React application, many components will have their own state. Some state may live close to the leaf components at the bottom of the tree, like inputs. Other state may live closer to the top of the app. For example, even client-side routing libraries are usually implemented by storing the current route in the React state and passing it down by props. That's a really great example. I love that. Client-side routing libraries are usually implemented by storing the current route in the state at the top of the app and passing it down by props. So state can live in multiple places throughout the app. Like they say here in the first one, you might take an input and then immediately store it in state. Think about how when we're typing in a text box, you're going to, as the person is typing, you're going to have what's shown in that input box be stored in state. You're not going to store it locally in the input. You're going to store it in a state variable. And so the input is going to get typed in, immediately put into a state variable and shown back to the user. We've seen that a couple different times, right? And so that's an example of some lowdown state. For each unique piece of state, you'll choose the component that owns it. This principle is also known as having a single source of truth. It doesn't mean that all state lives in one place, but that for each piece of state, there is a specific component that holds that piece of information. Instead of duplicating shared state between components, lift it up to their common shared parent and pass it down to the children that need it. Your app will change as you work on it. It's common that you will move state down or back up while you are still figuring out where each piece of the state lives. This is all part of the process. To see what this feels like in practice with a few more components, read Thinking in React. And so, yeah, I would suggest, once you're a little bit more comfortable with this concept, check out this link. And they have an excellent section on, practical application of some of these concepts and kind of a high level overview. If you're trying to review some of the stuff we've talked about so far, Thinking in React is a pretty good section to read as well. All right, so we're going to do a quick recap. Mattel says, we meet again. The programming and cooking stream. Yes, Mattel, what are you cooking today? So we're going to do a quick recap, and then we're going to do a couple of challenges to apply what we've just learned. This is my favorite part. So when you want to coordinate two components, move their state to their common parent. Then pass the information down through props from the common parent. Finally, pass the event handlers down, give the kids the remote so that they can change their parent's state. And it's useful to consider components as controlled, driven by props, or uncontrolled, driven by state. Ungovernable. Pork lion roast. I assume you mean pork loin, although pork lion would be an interesting cooking adventure, I'm sure. First time trying to, if you're cooking lion, I would imagine it's the first time trying to do that. No, I'm not making fun of you, Mattel. I just thought that was funny. I was like, yeah, okay, first time cooking lion. I can imagine, yeah. Hey, you never know, right? I'd be impressed. Some people like mountain lion. That is true. Yeah, the North American cougar. Yeah, mountain lions have a ton of different names in North America. It's kind of funny. Cougar, mountain cat, mountain lion. There's other names too. I can't think of them right now. Hey, Georgie, how's it going? Puma. Yeah, that's the other one. Yep, exactly, Frederico. There's at least 4 different names, probably more. Kasava said, same thing when I heard ribeye. I thought people ate eye. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Some of those names are very non-descriptive. How's it going, Georgie? Good. All right, so let's look at our challenges here. Challenge 1 of 2 is synced inputs. These 2 inputs are independent. Make them stay in sync. Editing one input should update the other input with the same text and vice versa. Okay, so let's see how we do that. All right, so we can see that we have our parent component here, right? And we're calling on our input box twice. But our state, I'm going to show more here. Our state is being set inside of each individual input box. So the first thing I need to do by looking at the steps over here, the first thing I need to do is remove the state from the child components, right? Hey, Georgie. Yes, we are going through the new React docs as sort of a beginner-friendly way to learn the basics of React as taught by the official React.js docs. So that's what we're doing today. All right, I'm going to go ahead and remove state. Step 1, remove state from the child. All right, it's not going to like that, right? We're going to get some errors for a little bit. It's all right. We can chill with that. And I'm going to go ahead and move it up to the parent. Actually, I shouldn't. Hang on one second. I didn't copy that. I just deleted it. Let's do this. I'm going to copy it first, then delete it. All right. Then I'm going to put it back here in the parent. Okay. But we can see I'm still getting an error, right? Because what else? What do I need to do next? What's my next step? Their decade says, "Can you gift your free monthly Prime sub to another user if you've already been gifted?" please yell, please yell at Bezos. I wish I could yell at Bezos. I really do. Yeah, I don't know if you can do that, but their decade. Frederico says, "Pass as a prop." Yes, that's correct, right? So now that we have state up in the parent, we need to pass it from the parent to the children. So I'm going to go ahead and do, let's see, I've got label here. I'm just going to change this so it's a little bit more readable. So we're passing down our first prop still as label. That's not going to change. And I'm going to pass down my next one here as, let's see, what do we, value text. Okay. So this is going to be value. All right. Value text. And then I need to set up my, I need to set up the child in component to also handle that and be ready to receive it. All right. Do this here. I got to do it for both of them, right? Value text, value text. And now input, instead of just taking in label, we need to be also take in the value as well. Okay. And let's see, what else did I do here? Oh, and I'm going to take it out. Value is going to be, instead of text, it's going to be value. There we go. Okay. Good stuff. And so I've sent down, I've moved my state up to the parent. I've passed it to the child when I reference the component. I've set up my component to accept that new props value, right? And then I'm putting it into use down here. Now, what's the third thing I need to do? Well, third step is, I don't know if you can read that behind the chat window, but third step is, let's see, we did pass hard-coded data. Third step is add state to the common parent. Well, we already did that. I feel like step 4 should be pass control of the state change from parent to child, right? I feel like there needs to be a step 4 there, which is passing control via an event handler to pass by remote to the kid and allow the kid to change the channel. So we're going to keep this here, but we're no longer going to handle change in the child. We're going to move that up to the parent. Because remember that children can't change state in parents directly. They have to do so through an event handler. So I'm moving the state change function up into the parent, and I'm going to put it just right here. And now I just need to pass a way to call handle change from the parent to the child. So on change, and that's going to be handle change. On change, handle change. Passing down that event handler from parent to child. I need to set up the child to accept that additional prop. Okay. And then I change this reference to handle change. And this is confusing. I'm saying a lot of the same thing over and over, right? But this references the function handle change, which we have moved out of this child and into the parent. So I can no longer reference this handle change function directly, right? I need to instead reference the prop on change, which contains a reference to the handle change function and updates state. Dr. Mona says, what does next one on you redemption do? Can you rephrase that, Dr. Moto? I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. For channel points, which one are you asking about? Yeah, I have a few different rewards. Second to last one says, "Oh, next one's on you." I get it. Okay, yeah, next one's on you means you get to pick the. No, 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 no. You don't pay for anything. That I think if you click on it, I think it'll show you a little description. But that one means you get to pick the topic for the next stream. No, you don't pay for anything, Dr. Moto. Okay, so let's walk through what we did there again. We moved state from the child up to the parent. Synced inputs is the parent of both inputs, right? And we also moved the function, which updates state because we need to have it in the same at the same level as the state variable itself. So set text is now up here with the state. And so in order for us to do that effectively, we had to pass down not only the state variable, but also the remote that allows us to change that state variable. We pass those down to the children. We add those to the props so that the child can accept them. And then we reference them inside of the child. Okay, so let's see if it works. Test. Yay, it works. So now the parent component owns the state, and that state is being passed down to both children simultaneously as props. Okay? Test, 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 test. Perfect. So I went through that kind of quickly, but do you have questions about what we did here or why we did it or how we did it? Feel free to ask if you do. Or if you're like, what the heck, I don't get it at all, that's fine too. You're allowed to say that. That is okay to say. So essentially, lifting state up has it has a lot of advantages, right? We can sync up multiple components and keep them aligned with each other. Maybe it has to do with formatting, right? Maybe if the user gets an answer right, we want to have everything, all the components on the page get a green tinge, like hooray, good job. Or if they did it wrong, maybe everything should turn red. I don't know. But yeah, so it has a lot of advantages, but it does require a little bit of setup, right? We can't just take state and move it to the parent. We have to then not only take the state, but we have to take the function that updates the state and move that up there too. And then we have to pass the state to the child as a prop, and then the event handler to control that update down to the child as well. Owen said, I'm just learning React at the moment, but I will get there, but I get the base idea. Awesome, Owen. Great. Okay, let me see what challenge 2 looks like. We're almost ready for a break. But let's go ahead and do challenge 2, and then we'll take a break, and then we're going to do another section. Yay. But feel free to ask as you're thinking through this. If you're like, what the heck I don't understand that, went too fast. If you want me to explain something again, I'm happy to do it. That's what we're here for, right? So, challenge 2. I really, really like this challenge, actually. I really like this challenge because I feel like this has a lot of real world application. Essentially, what we're doing here is we're creating a live filtering search bar. How often have you done that, right? You go into a website and you start to type, and it filters the results as you type. I love those kind of search bars. They're great because they tell you whether you're going to actually get something back when you're searching or whether you're just barking up the wrong tree entirely. And so those are my favorite types of search bars. Yeah, and so we're going to learn how to do that here. I'm actually going to click to the solution real quick just because I want to show you how the finished product works. Then we're actually going to do it, but I want to show you this first because I think it's really cool and I love it. So this is just basically you can search for like a food item. So I'm going to search for something starting with S. So I type S, and it immediately filters to only the things that contain an S, right? And then I'm searching for SU. Oh, I clicked out of it. Sorry. SU. And then when I do that, it only brings me back sushi and dim sum. And then I put another S, and then it filters down to just the one. Dr. Moto says search in loin. Kasava says, you know who has the worst search bar? Netflix. It shows that it doesn't even have those movies. Yeah. I used to share a Netflix account with my parents, who I do not live with, but we shared, we shared a Netflix account. Like I had my account, they had their account. We were all good. We paid, and I even paid for the Netflix. I didn't really care. But then when Netflix did that stupid password sharing limitation, like you have to, check in every X days or whatever, I was like, all right, screw it, fine, I'm done. And I don't have Netflix anymore. It's out of my life. My parents still do, but I don't. So anyway, yeah, screw Netflix. Okay. So, but yes, this is how that active filtering search works, and I love it. It's such a great application of React. And so, immediate, like if I try to search for something starting with I don't know, Z, then I know immediately I'm not going to get any results back. So that's why I like these types of search boxes so much. But anyway, let's figure out how to actually do that. I want to do that. Let's figure it out. All right. Time for a Plex server, says Solnix. Yeah, Plex is pretty awesome. So let's read the instructions. In this example, the search bar has its own query state that controls the text input. Its parent filterable list component displays a list of items but doesn't take the query into account. Use the filter items function to filter the list according to the search query. To test your changes, verify that typing S into the input filters down the list to sushi, shish kebab, and dim sum. Note that the filter items function is already implemented and imported, so you don't need to write it yourself. And this is true. Filter items is being imported from data.js. However, you might want to use this function in your own app. I think it's pretty nice. It's right here. You can grab it from data.js, but we're not going to mess with this. Just know that it's here if you want to use it in your app to create a filterable search with React. I think that would be a great one to copy because it works, right? All right, so what do we need to do here? The parent is filterable list. And then inside of there, we have two components, search bar and list. So these are two different components that are both being held within parent filterable list. And currently, search bar has its own state, but looks like list isn't doing anything with state at all, right? It's static. It's not doing anything at all with state. I don't see any I don't see anything there. It's taking the items prop from its parent. It's getting items from the parent that's coming from data.js, but it's not taking in any state at all or setting state itself. So let's figure out how we can take search bar's state and also send it to list. Now, one of the cardinal rules of React, we already know, is that components can't talk directly to each other. Like children can't talk to each other directly. That's something that they cannot do and should not do. So what do we need to do instead? Well, we need to have the parent talk to both of them. So the children aren't allowed to talk to each other, but the parent can talk to them both. So we need to take that state and move it. We need to take that state and we need to move it from the child to the parent. So I'm going to take state here, first step, take it out of search bar and move it up to filterable list. And I'm also going to go ahead and take whatever updates that handle change, take this event handler, and I'm also going to remove it. Oops. Sorry, try that again. I'm going to also take the thing that updates the state and move it in conjunction with the state. So now both of these things are at the parent level. Step one. And let's see, I'm going to return that. Now I need to pass those values back down to the child as props. So in search bar, I'm going to pass query back down as well as the thing that updates the state. So query is just going to be passed down as query. Oops, if I could spell, I can't spell. Query is going to be passed down as query, and then also the event handler. On change is just going to be handle change. All right. Now, why am I, just a quick pop quiz, why am I putting these things in curly brackets? Why do we put all these things in curly brackets? Why am I always doing that? Like, I don't do it up here, right? Like, nothing's in, like, okay, obviously the function body is in curly brackets, but like handle change isn't in curly brackets up here. So why am I putting it in brackets here and here? Like, what's the deal with that? Anybody remember? So I'm passing it down here. And then I think I'm also going to want to pass it to, aha, yes, exactly, right. Yep. It's because what we're doing here is we are working inside of a markdown tag, right? And so we're going from that sort of stylistic, we're referencing a component, we're working within a tag. We need to tell React that we are peeking into JavaScript for just a moment, whether it's a variable or some logic or something like that. It's basically those curly brackets are like our window into momentary JavaScript. We're peeking through the window saying, hey, I'm going to do some JavaScript. And then we're moving on. We're taking our head out of that window and we're like, all right, back to Markdown. It's a magic portal to JavaScript land. Exactly, right? Yes, exactly right. Okay, so I'm passing these things to search bar. Now I'm going to go ahead and set up search bar so that it's listening for those specific props. These two. So once again, I'm going to use the brackets, right? But in this case, why am I using curly brackets here? Oops, change. I'm using curly brackets here again, but I'm not within a tag, right? This isn't inside of a tag. So did I lie before? Like, why am I using curly brackets here? Because this is not inside a tag. I'm not inside the alligators here. Why the curly brackets? Hey, you guys. Why the curly brackets here? Do we remember? I'll let you think about that for a second. Ah, Frederica, you're very close. What's the word? It's not dereferencing. What is it? What's the word? But I like the way you think. You've got the right idea. Anybody remember the word? We're doing something to that. I don't know what. That's okay, Frederica. You got the right answer. Anybody remember the specific word for what we're doing here? I'll let you think about that. Somebody will get it. All right, so in query, we've got our search value, and then the input is going to be still query, but on change, we want to call that event handler specifically. So that should do that. There we go. Ah, Nate, sorry, I didn't see what you said there. Yes, Nate, you have the right answer there. My apologies, I didn't see that. What we're doing here is we are destructuring, because I said earlier that props, things that get passed down from parent to child, that's not only a vocab word, it's actually an object. So this is valid. I know it gives an error because I'm not referencing it properly, but if you wanted to just bundle all the props together into one thing, you could use an object called props. That's a default name for things that get passed down from parent to child in that way. It's called props. You can reference things inside the props by saying props dot whatever. You can drill into that object that way. But generally what you'll see is something like this, where we destructure and pull apart that props object into its base components, in this case, query and onChange. Okay, so I think we've got the search bar. It's got everything it needs. It's got the value, which is query, and it's got the way we update that value, which is on change. So let's look at the list now. So list is taking in items, and let's see, items.map, food ID, food name, food description. I think, is that good? Do we have everything? Now, I want to make sure I'm referencing the function. Filter items is the function. Hey, Hassler. Hey, Songi. Good to see me live. Yes, indeed. Yeah. I am live every Sunday at 3 p.m. ET. And hint, hint, there might be another stream day coming soon too, but we'll see about that. Good to meet you, Songi. Okay, so filter items. I don't think I'm calling that function yet. Oh, yeah. Okay, so query, set query. I need to filter the items and then send them down to our list display here. So I need to call that filter items function that they gave us to actually do the filtering. So I can say const results equals filter items, and I'm going to pass into that whatever the current query is, right? Because that's stored in the state. So whatever the query is going to get passed into filter items. And the full list of foods, let's see, what do we do here? Foods query. Okay. The full list of foods is what we're querying against, and then query is passed in as the second argument into that function. And then I can just pass those results down into the child. All right, so list items is going to be results instead of foods. Okay. So what we're doing here is, once again, we're passing the query, we're taking in the query. So each time I type, there we go. Each time I type, I'm calling this event handler, handle change, which is updating state to be whatever the current query is. So whatever I just typed, it gets immediately set and then passed back down into our input box to be displayed to the user. So it gets sent up immediately and then back down. And at the same time, filter items is being called, and it's looking against the list of foods, and it's running in, for example, here the letter D is being run in as a query. It's being queried against the list. It returns a set of results, and those results are passed into our list component as a prop, and then those items are being displayed. Okay, woo, that was a lot, right? But essentially we were just doing the same thing. We extracted the state from the child, we passed it up to the parent, we passed the method to update the state, we moved that up to the parent as well, and then we passed the state and the ability to update that state back down to the child. Hassler says, why your set query is eTarget instead of ev.target. So really, I mean, we could say event here. Say that too, right? It would still work. It doesn't really matter what you use. I've seen some people who like to use event, the whole word event, or just E. Generally, those are the only two I see. I don't know that I've ever seen anybody using EV, but really it's personal preference. As long as it signifies the word event, that's what we're referencing here. So this could be event, EV, whatever you like. You'll see that if I use EV here, it will still work. Right? Still works. But it's whatever you want. However, what I usually see is either E or event. Yeah. And that could be a language thing too. I mean, it could be that other countries use EV instead. EV makes me think of electric vehicle. Okay, so we did a lot there, but do we have any questions before we go on our break? Because we are due for a break. If you want to think about it over the break, you can. And then feel free to ask any questions during the break or when we come back. Happy to answer. I would highly suggest that you try this example yourself. Again, um, I really like this example. I think it's highly useful and applicable, and I think you could absolutely use this logic in your own app. Right? A lot of times, you're going to want to be able to search a list and have that, dynamic search return results as you type. Like that's the best kind of search. And so you could directly take this logic and just dump it into your app and like just use it. Nitrox says expected value. Not in this case. So in this case, E literally stands for event, um, because you are doing something with a user input specifically. And so we call those events. Like it could be a scroll or a hover or a typing. Um, it's referencing a very specific thing. So in this case, we do mean event. But in other cases, it could stand for expected value. Federico says, extrapolating this concept, wouldn't all state and event handlers bubble up to the root component of every app? Well, I'm not quite sure what you're asking there. If you're asking if that always happens, or um, if you're asking, well, so things can bubble. Things can bubble if we have multiple event handlers at multiple levels, right? If I have an on-click event handler in a child and in a parent, if I click inside of that child, that click event is going to bubble from the child to the parent because they're both listening for clicks, unless I explicitly stop it via stop propagation. But you can have state at multiple levels, right? I could have global state, and we were talking about that earlier as far as like some routing, like when we were talking about setting routes as a state, passing routes, from the global parent down. You could have that if it's needed. Nate says there's a concept called global state management. Yeah, I think I've heard of that too. But it's really just about whatever the correct level for the state is. But as far as like the bubbling of event handlers, yeah, that can happen certainly. But you can stop it using stop propagation, right? If you need to. It might not always matter. If you don't have if you're not listening for clicks at every level, then it's you're not going to have a problem. But if you are, then you do have to be careful about that bubbling. Okay. Feel free to ask other questions. We're going to go ahead and take a break, and I'll answer any questions that come up during the break when we get back. So we like to take 5-minute breaks around every hour. We went over this time, but I wanted to get through both of those examples. So 5-minute break. Google timer is gone again. What the heck, Google? Come on. Timer, Google. Thank you. I have to search for that explicitly now, and I don't understand why. Come on, Google. All right, I'll reset this. We're going to take 5 minutes, and then when we come back, we're going to go on to the next section and learn more about resetting state and something called the UI tree. So now that we're talking about linking multiple components together, we're going to learn about the UI tree. All right, so please do get up during the break, get yourself a drink, stretch, do whatever. I need some more hydration. I'm going to do that, and then come on back in 5 minutes. Okay, folks, we got about a minute left in the break, so come on back. If you're coming back, get yourself a drink of water. If you've been sitting down the entire break, I see you out there. Get up if you're able to. Stretch, roll your wrists, roll your neck, roll your arms, um, roll your waist, roll your shoulders, and then you can sit back down. But you got to do that first, and then also, pet your dog, pet your cat, pet your significant other with their permission, of course, and then come back. Alrighty, I'm gonna go ahead and stop the timer and get my camera back on. There we go. Hello, everybody, once again. Minimize that. All right, I'm not seeing any additional questions on how we lift state up. But again, feel free to ask if you think of any as we go. Uh, Also, lifting state up is something that you're going to be doing a lot when you're building React apps, right? It's super common. It's something that you'll get a lot of practice at. And it's something that you might not start out doing, but as your apps get more complex, you'll be finding work groups of components that are supposed to work together. And the easiest and best way to do that is by taking the state from the children and lifting it up to their closest parent, right? Dog named Bird, thank you for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. Okie doke. So let's go on to the next section, but feel free to ask questions at any point. What we're going to talk about next is preserving and resetting state. So we already know that state is isolated between components, right? So if I've already moved my state up to the parent, and let's say I have a few different, parent components at the same level, state is going to be isolated within each of those components. These components can pass the state down to their children. That's valid. But they can't talk with other components at the same level or above them, right? State is isolated. React keeps track of which state belongs to which component based on their place in something called the UI tree. You can control when to preserve state and when to reset it between re-renders. And there might be times you might want one or the other. We'll think about some of those examples in a little bit. And also too, just as a quick recap here, we talk about UI, and what we mean by that is user interface. So if you hear the term UI, we're referring to user interface. So in this section, we're going to talk about how React sees component structures, when React chooses to preserve or reset the state, how to force React to reset the component state, and how keys and types affect whether the state is preserved. So first off, what is the UI tree? Browsers may use many tree structures to model UI. The DOM represents HTML elements. We already know about the DOM, right? If you've been following along through 100 Devs, or if you know about the basics of web development, you should already know what the DOM is. Does anybody remember what DOM stands for? Do you remember? What does DOM stand for? Hey, Dan, how's it going? Domination. Sure, why not? Yeah, so DOM stands for document object model, right? And it's what we see in the browser when we do like an inspect element. If we look in the browser and we want to look at some HTML in the browser, we're looking at the DOM. Yeah, exactly. You all know your stuff, right? You know your acronyms. There's so many acronyms. You all know what they are. Good job. The CSS OM does the same for CSS. Now, I wasn't really familiar with CSS OM, but it makes sense. If HTML has the DOM, then CSS has the CSS OM. I hadn't heard that one before. So, and there's even an accessibility tree. I thought this was interesting. So feel free to check out the documentation for that as well. We know that there's a lot of accessibility features that you can also enable, and it's something we should think about when we're building apps. So that's also important. And then along with these things, React also uses tree structures to manage and model the UI you make. React makes UI trees from your JSX. Because remember that when we are writing things that look like HTML tags inside of JSX, that's not what they are, right? And so React essentially then takes our JSX and turns it into something that the browser can recognize. So the React DOM updates the browser DOM elements to match the UI tree. And then, React Native does something similar except for mobile platforms. So we can see what it's doing here. We have 3 components, component A, B, and C. React then creates those relationships between them. So component A is a parent to B and C. And then React DOM puts it into the larger hierarchy. I think that's a good little illustration of it there. So then state is tied to a position in that tree. When you give a component state, you might think that the state lives inside the component, but the state is actually held within React. React associates each piece of state it's holding with the correct component by where that component sits in the UI tree. So whenever you put state, whenever you put state inside of a component, it's not actually being held in the component itself. It's being held within React, but React notes its position and pairs it with that component. Here, there is only one counter JSX tag, but it's rendered at 2 different positions. Okay, so let's see what we're doing here. We have const counter equals counter component, and we're putting them inside of a div. So we're referencing the counter component twice here. And yeah, so there's just some stuff going on there, but that's not really the important part. The important part is what's happening here. So we have these 2 inside of this div, 2 references to our counter component. So when I click on the one on the left, I can cycle it up. However, the one on the right does not update. It's rendered at 2 different positions, so React recognizes that they are 2 separate components, each one with separate state. And that's what we saw earlier, right? When we were looking at those 2 separate children, those 2 separate panels in the example in the last section, right? We were looking at those 2 separate panels in the last section, and each of them was completely had their own state, right? It was completely divorced from each other. The only way we could link them together is by putting the state in the parent and passing it down to them as props. So even though they were the same thing, like they were both panels, and in this case, these are both counters, they are rendered at 2 different positions, so they hold separate state. Dan says, so position and not necessarily instances. Yeah, so even though these are both counters, they both have unique state values, and they're independent of each other. So here's how they look as a tree, right? And this is the same as what we saw in the previous section. We had 2 identical panels, but they both held separate state. Each is rendered at its own position in the tree, so they have 2 separate counters. Oh, thank you for the follow, Lazy Deviant. You don't usually have to think about these positions to use React, but it can be useful to understand how it works. In React, each component on the screen has fully isolated state. We've already talked about that. For example, if you render 2 counter components side by side, each of them will get its own independent score and hover states. Yep, I think we've got that. They don't affect each other, right? We already saw that. Same deal. 2 components side by side. They have no bearing on each other. React will keep the state around for as long as you render the same component at the same position. To see this, increment both counters and then remove the second component by unchecking the checkbox, and then add it back by ticking it again. So I'm going to put this one up to 2 and this one up to 3, and I'm going to unrender the second counter. So let's see what happens. Okay, I've unrendered it. I'm going to render it back. Boop. Up. The state reset. The first one remained the same because it's the same component in the same position. So when the component re-rendered, this one stayed the same, nothing changed. But because I unrendered and re-rendered the second box, each time it's going to get reset. Thank you for the follow. I am Honor Bilgin. I'm sure I butchered that. Sorry, but thank you for the follow. So notice how the moment we stop rendering the second counter, its state disappears completely. That's because when React removes a component, it destroys its state at the same time. I love this little visual here. We have destroyed a component. Rather than unrender or delete, I'm going to say destroy. I feel like that makes me feel powerful. We are doing murder, Dan. Yes, absolutely. Federico says, so are they different objects behind the scenes? They are the same component at different positions in the tree. Yeah, so they're considered separately. They're the same component at different positions. So they each hold their own unique state. Same component, different positions. Mr. Clutch says, when are you posting the stream? Well, my streams are recorded and available on my Twitch channel for up to 60 days after the stream airs. So you can go watch it on Twitch anytime. Immediately after the stream is over, you can go watch it on Twitch. And then before they expire, I move them to my YouTube channel. So !YouTube, which RDT at Poll already did there. So that's a link to my YouTube channel where my older stuff goes. That's my archive. So if you want to see older stuff, you can go to my YouTube channel and catch stuff there too. So you've got plenty of options. Yeah, YouTube works. Yep. Okay, so when we de-render something, its state goes away also. When you tick render the second counter, a second counter and its state are initialized from scratch. So when we turn this second counter on and off right here, it's not turning something off and then bringing the same thing back again, right? It's not taking the same instance of the component and just making it visible or not visible, right? It's deleting this component and its state entirely and then rendering a brand new one with a brand new state from scratch. So that's important to remember. It's not that we're taking the same thing, putting it back, taking it away, putting it back, taking it away, putting it back. We are murdering this one and then building a new one from scratch and putting it in its place. From scratch is the important thing to note there. Creative Neil says, "Oh, yeah, we are brutal, man. React is brutal. It's pulling no punches here. We're destroying and rebuilding and building components just left and right with no mercy." Oh, thank you, Mr. Clutch. I appreciate it. Yeah, that's why my archive is out there. You can watch it anytime. That's exactly what I was thinking, Dan, is like teleporters. Yep. Like Star Trek's teleporters. There's always that question about is it disintegrating the original you and then building a new you when you rematerialize on the transporter pad, or is it taking the original you? What is it storing in that transporter buffer? Is it just the essence of you, or is it actually you? What comes out the other side? So in React's case, it is definitely destroying it and then putting just another facsimile in its place. So Spread. Yeah, transporters are using the JS spread operator. It's got to be super safe. Yeah, absolutely. So React preserves a component's state for as long as it's being rendered at its position in the UI tree. If it gets removed or a different component gets rendered at the same position, React discards the state. Now, the same component at the same position preserves state. So in this example here, we have two different counter tags. However, we can see that what's happening here is we have two different counter tags, and we can turn off or on fancy styling. And the only difference between these two tags is that when we click the fancy checkbox, the fancy styling checkbox, we are replacing one component with an identical component at the same position. So we're swapping them, right? We're swapping them in the same location. So we can see we have a ternary operator here. We're inside the div. We have a ternary operator, and it's saying, hey, if isFancy is true, display this version of the counter. If it's false, immediately swap it with the other version. So when I toggle this checkbox, instead of the state being reset, it's preserved because it's the same component at the same position, just being swapped out. So React doesn't destroy the state. When you tick or clear the checkbox, the counter state does not get reset. Whether isFancy is true or false, you always have a counter as the first child of the div returned from the root app component. So isFancy is false. We have a div with one child and that state being held in the counter. Okay? And then when we check the box, we simply swap that out with another identical counter in the same position as the original, so the state is preserved. So you might say, but wait, how is that different than the first example? What's the difference here? Well, let's look at that structure again. In the first example, we also had a div, but this counter was the first child, and this other counter was the second. So two different positions, right? First child, second child. And if you know, this whole like tree thing might be a little bit unfamiliar, but children children of like HTML tags are a very real thing. We've seen that sometimes. You can reference the first child or the second child, or add child, delete child, when you're working with HTML elements. So first child, second child, two different positions on the tree. In the second example, both of these items are swapping in and out of the first position. So they just replace each other. So state is preserved. All right, so I hope that makes sense, but it's just about positioning. It's the same component at the same position. So from React's perspective, it's the exact same counter. Now, but we do have to remember that it's the position in the UI tree and not in the markup itself that matters to React. This component has two return classes with different counter JSX tags inside and outside the if. All right, so let's see what's going on here. We have a counter turning state on and off. So let's see how this is structured. Show more. Little robot, you got the job. Oh, that's awesome. Congrats. What did you end up doing? What job did you get? That's awesome, little robot. Great work. QA engineer. That's right. Yeah, you said you were going for that one, didn't you? Or did I? So many people are telling me that they're going for jobs or getting jobs lately. I apologize if I get it mixed up. But yeah, great job. Awesome work, little robot. I'm proud of you. Way to go. Tighten up those graphics on level 3. Woo, way to go. Are you excited? Jobs, jobs, jobs. Yeah, we were talking about jobs, people getting jobs earlier on the stream too. I mean, honestly, like it's nuts lately. Great work. So many folks getting jobs. I'll begin next. Oh, begin the other week. Okay, so perfect. Little robot is now big robot. Yeah. Dan says, Mind Wolf, are you job hunting for senior roles? Yeah, you might have seen that on my Twitter. I'm actually already a senior dev, but I feel like I've grown my skills quite a lot in the past couple, I don't know, year and a half, whatever. So I'm open to senior roles should the right one come along. But I do love my current job. There's nothing wrong with my current role. I'm very happy. But if the right opportunity came along, I'd be open to it. Certainly. Senior roles, indeed. Because I got skills, man. All right, let's see. What is this one doing? So counter is fancy. Oh, thank you, Dan. Counter is fancy. And it's in the return statement inside the div. We've got two return statements here, right? Two return statements. They're very separate from each other. And so we're referencing our counter twice here. One of them was true, one of them false. And they're very separate from each other in the return statement, right? Like these are way like in the JSX, they're like super separate from each other. So we might think that when we switch between them with our little fancy styling toggle here, that state is going to be reset because they are so separate from each other in the JSX. But that's not the case, right? We're able to toggle between them and state is preserved. And that's because, as this pitfall is saying, it's the position in the UI tree and not in the markup that matters to React. You might say, okay, but how are they in the same position in the tree? Well, if we look at from a purely markup perspective, we've got our div tag here, and the first child is a counter. And then in the second return statement, once again, we have our div here, and the first child is a counter. So these are functionally the same position. First child beneath the div. So that's why React considers them to be the same counter. It's about the position in the tree. In this case, first child of div. They're rendered at the same position, and React doesn't know where we place the conditions in the function. All it sees is the tree we return. And in both of those cases, we return a tree with a div, first child, counter. And to React, these two counters have the same address, the first child of the first child of the root. This is how React matches them up between the previous and next renders, regardless of how we structure our logic. So that's just something to remember. I think it does make intuitive sense though, at least to me, in that, yeah, it doesn't matter like how many lines of code it is apart. All it is it matters where it is within the tags. So next topic here is the same. Wahab, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I always appreciate feedback, good or good or bad, constructive. All right, so different components at the same position reset state. So kind of the antithesis of what we talked about before, where we were looking at the same component at the same position. Different components at the same position will reset state. So let's see what happens. I'm going to tick up my counter here, and then I click this, and we take a break. It says, see you later. And then we uncheck that, and whoop, our state has been reset. So what we did there is we forced a reset by swapping out a component at a particular position with a different component. So we swapped out our counter with, we can see here it's a p tag, right? We swapped out our counter with a p tag. And in doing so, React has reset the state because it can tell that there's a difference, and it's like, nope, boop, yeets the old state and gives us a new state. There's really nothing else to see there. That was the main part of that. Here, we switch between different component types at the same position. Ideally, the first child of the div contained a counter. But when you swapped in a P, React removed the counter from the UI tree and destroyed its state. And then we can see here what happened when we clicked off, and then when we click it back on. In both cases, we are destroying state and starting over. I love these little graphics that they have here. I don't know. I feel like they do a great job. Dan says, we're taking feedback of all types. The generic white apartment will need some glowy neon streamer lights saying Mayan Wolf. Maybe they blink whenever code compiles. I actually have I have a green screen type thing I keep meaning to set up. What I want to do is I want to shrink the like the background around my head. I want to shrink it down so you can see like the screen just behind my head, so you don't see any background at all. I have a screen that's just over here, and I haven't set it up yet, or configured anything. But I that's something I'm actually planning on doing, is reducing the real estate behind my head. Because yes, there is nothing to see behind me. It's all very boring. So that's on the table, absolutely. Actually, and it's not a green screen yet. It's literally like an old like slide projector, like pull down, like you used to have to, in elementary school, the pull down the slide projector screen, and it's one of those that's on a stand, and I'm gonna put some green fabric over it. The paper bird things are cool. Yeah, that's actually those. That's an old paper. It's an old paper mobile, and it belonged to my grandmother. It's always been hanging there, and so I just left it there. I like it. Yeah, it's actually angels, little angels. Dan says, "Yeah, green screen chroma key works pretty well." Yeah, I'm actually. I used to do. Yeah, yeah. It's hard to kind of see. They're white on white, so. Um, I used to do like the news production in my local high school. Like I would do the editing for the for the newscast in my local high school, and so I learned how to do chroma key from that. So I'm actually pretty familiar with chroma key. Yep. So I'm looking forward to setting that up when I have more time. They are holding trumpets. Yeah, they are. Yep. They are fighter jets. Hey, whatever you want to see, whatever you want to see, birds, angels, jets. Let your imagination run wild. Somebody was on stream one time. Somebody came into my chat one time because they were concerned about the paint peeling off of my ceiling. They thought they couldn't see these very well, and they thought it was like paint falling off, like peeling off the ceiling. They're like, you should like scrape that off and like cover it in some spackle or whatever. And I'm like, thank you for your concern, but that's actually not peeling paint. It's a mobile. Oh, we got a poll. Okay, I'll set that up during the next break. Should Mind Wolf spice up her background? Yeah. Cosma says, I do like the current setup too. No fancy stuff. Yeah, and that's kind of on purpose. Animations and stuff and fancy backgrounds and spinny blinky lights and stuff are fun. But for some viewers, that can make it hard to focus. I know that when there's a lot of sound effects and things going on, I tend to get distracted. Like on a stream, if somebody's just got things all over, like I can't focus on what they're doing. I end up staring at the animations or getting annoyed by the sound effects. And so maybe that's a personal thing on my part, but that's kind of why my stream is fairly bare bones as far as sound goes. Yeah. Federico says, I like basic, no distractino. Yeah. It's not the most visually engaging, but hopefully it helps you focus on the content. Dan says, it's true. If there's a lot of animation, I lose focus and forget to distract the streamer. Thank you for your service. Okay. So we saw how when we have a different component at the same position right here, like this, it will destroy the state each time that component flips. So if we flipped from, say, a counter to another counter, state would be preserved. But then when we flip from a counter to a different type of component, in this case a P tag, and then back to a counter, state is destroyed each time and recreated. Zach Nee says, I need all the focus I can get when it comes to React. Yeah, this is not easy stuff. We're talking about layers here. Drunk says, green screen background of cats mid pounce on you. Hey, not bad. RDT says, I'm glad you don't blow up speakers like some. I've lost earbuds when taking them out after Leon did his 5 second warning. Yeah. Some of those sound effects are crazy. Yep. It gets I'll admit I love Leon's streams, but sometimes the sound effects and the soundboard stuff, it gets to be too much. I can't handle it. Um, so I choose on my own streams to keep them, much quieter. All right. When you render a different component in the same position, it resets the state of its entire subtree. To see how this works, increment the counter and then click the checkbox. All right. Ooh, okay. So in this case, the way this is structured is it is destroying the state. So let's see how that looks. So we're still doing that switch, right? Between where we have our ternary operator, it's the first child of the div, and we're just swapping out one counter with another, right? So can anybody spot why this one resets the state between flips while the other one didn't? Why is this happening? Can anybody spot it? What's happening here that's causing the state to be reset? I'll let you guys figure that out. While I hydrate. Any guesses why that's happening? Yeah. Yeah, y'all are quick on the draw. Absolutely. Yeah. One's a div and one's a section. And as they set up here, when you render a different component in the same position, it resets the state of the entire subtree. So anything beneath this element that's different is also going to have its state destroyed. It's kind of like, think about a real tree, right? If I trim a branch of that tree at the trunk, all the little branches on this main branch are also going to fall off and hit the ground, right? It's not it's not like Minecraft where you can like chop off a section of branch and the rest of the branch just floats in midair and stays there. It's not, real trees are not Minecraft trees. If I chop off a branch on a real tree, any little offshoot branches and all the leaves and everything, they're all going to fall off and hit the ground. So we need to be careful of that when considering these kind of, state changes, right? If I change this, if I had 6 different sub levels down below this, their whole state is going to be reset as well. But yeah. Oh, and K-99, thank you for the follow. So that's all that's happening there. And they have a good illustration of it right here. Section changes to div, so the whole state for the entire sub branch is destroyed. Wahab 3109, thank you for the follow. When the child div was removed from the DOM, the whole tree below it, including the counter and its state, was destroyed as well. Those illustrations, yeah, these illustrations are very nice. I like them. They're very clear for the most part. Do you think they are made in CSS? I don't know. Look. Oh boy, we got a lot going on here. Okay, so it's a single image. It looks like it's a single image with some really excellent alt text. Look at that. That is some thorough alt text. Wow. I commend them for their alt text. Look at that. Dang. Yeah. So, no, but it is a static image. And so then we can see the reverse thing happening here. So as a rule of thumb, if you want to preserve the state between re-renders, the structure of your tree needs to match up from one render to another. If the structure is different, the state gets destroyed because React destroys state when it removes a component from the tree. So it cuts off the entire branch and all the little sub branches hit the ground along with the main branch, right? It's just like a tree trimmer. So got to be careful about that. It's a storybook. Yeah, it is. It looks like it looks sort of like a little, children's storybook. So here we have a pitfall, and then we'll probably take our break. This is why you should not nest component function definitions. Here, the myText field component is defined inside my component. So let's see what's going on here. So we have a default, we have our component function, and then we're defining another component inside of it. Ugh, that's a no-no, right? We never want to nest components inside of each other. Okay. So what's happening here then? We are returning myText field, and we're clicking a counter. Okay, so I'm going to enter some text in here, and we'll see what happens. Test, test, test. Yeah. So it's destroying the state each time I click the counter. Every time you click the button, the input state disappears. This is because a different myText field function is created for every render of my component. You're rendering a different component in the same position, so React resets all state below. This leads to bugs and performance problems. To avoid this problem, always declare component functions at the top level and don't nest their definitions. Yeah, so that's just why you might want to do that, is because you don't want that that issue of destruction, right? You don't want to ever have one component be directly reliant on an inside of another component, because it re-renders, it's going to destroy it, and you'll lose anything inside of that component. So that's what we're having here. It gets destroyed. So you want to have them separated out, and so that this input component is not re-rendered each time this button is clicked, right? Because it doesn't need to be. If I'm not typing anything inside this component, I want it to not re-render. I want it to stay the way it is. And I would want this button to render separately. So we want to separate them out, keep them unique. And if we need them to be related to each other, they should have state that's stored in a shared parent and then passed down to them as props. So components at the same level should not directly affect each other. Okay, so just something to remember. We learned that you shouldn't render components, or you shouldn't declare components inside of each other. That was like one of the first things we learned, but it's good to reiterate that and remember that occasionally. Now, you can have regular functions inside of components, right? You can have, if this was just a logic function that was inside of a component, you can do that. But we shouldn't have components inside of other components. We shouldn't declare components inside of other components. All right, let's go ahead and take a break. And then when we come back, we'll finish up this section and we'll do some challenges. I don't know that we'll be able to get through all of the challenges, but we'll be able to do some of them. We'll finish up the section, and when we come back, we're gonna learn how to reset state at the same position. So, because we know that React preserves component state when it stays at the same position, right? That's what we just spent the last 30 minutes talking about, right? Is that if you have the same component at the same position, React holds on to its state. However, sometimes that may not be what you want. Sometimes you want to force reset state. So we'll see some examples of that, why you might want to do that, and then how we can do that. Okay, so once again, if you think of any questions over the break, feel free to ask. And I think Third Decade requested a poll. Should Maya Wolf spice up her background? So I'll give some I'll give some choices there, and y'all can vote on what I should do with my background. I'll get that poll set up over the break. All right, I'll see you back here in 5. Get up, get a drink, stretch, all that jazz. Democracy, yeah. Oh, Zacuto, thank you for the follow. Or Executo, either one. Thank you for the follow. See you back here in 5. Okay, folks, come on back if you're coming back. Get some hydration and get up and stretch if you haven't already. Roll your wrists, roll your neck, roll your shoulders. Don't get carpal tunnel. I don't recommend it. Not fun. All right, I'm going to stop the timer here in just a second. Timer is stopped. And also, please note that the poll that Third Decade requested is currently up on your screen. So please do vote in that. You can vote in the poll by looking at the top of the chat window and clicking on that and then choosing the option you prefer. The three choices are either I keep my background exactly the way it is, I add a green screen, which would then essentially, take the background out entirely, or I add, I don't know, neon blinky lights or something in the background. Yeah, Dan, ergonomics are important, right? They're very important. I learned that the hard way. Um, they said, Dan says, I moved away from mechanical keyboards, wrists feel better, still do stretches. Yeah, you need to do stretches. You need to move around, change position. Don't sit one way all the time. I sit all day for work at my work computer. So while I'm streaming here or using my personal computer, which we're on now, I'm always standing because it's that, it's that difference in position, right? Kit and Camus background. That might be too distracting, I think. um, but yeah, as far as the ergonomics thing goes, I've told this story before, but I was having horrible pain in my like awful pain in my fingers and my thumb, constant day, night, nothing. I was wearing braces, nothing did anything to prevent it. I went and saw a specialist. I spent money, like hundreds of dollars. I saw like a couple different, I saw my doctor, I saw like a couple different specialists, and like my thumb joints, like in my right thumb, were killing me. My middle finger, like the nut, like the joints were burning, and nothing helped. And I was just like, well, I got screened for arthritis, like all these things. Ow, it just hurt so bad. And then I got a vertical mouse, like for my work desk, and it went away within like a week. Like all those hundreds of dollars that I spent, at no point, and I say this over and over, but like at no point did any specialist or doctor recommend ergonomics as a solution. Nothing. Ergonomics was never even mentioned. Like, oh, what do you do for work? Maybe you should not use the same mouse all the time. Maybe it's a repetitive injury because of your work, right? And at no point was that mentioned. It was all like, oh, here's a brace. You pay $200 for this wrist brace, right? And or wear a thumb brace. Yeah, none of that helped. All I needed was a properly ergonomic mouse that was a vertical mouse that just stopped the pain, like, yeah, within a week or two. And it's not come back since then. I can use a regular mouse now. I do for this computer. I use a regular mouse. But for my work mouse, I use a vertical one, which keeps the pain at bay. So ergonomics are important, and unfortunately, they aren't thought of enough, even in professional settings. Dan says, really? No one asked you about RSI stuff? Nope, not once. Frederico says, do you use a standing desk? I do, but you don't have to pay a lot of money for your standing desk. I wish I could show you like my setup without like completely messing up my camera. I know if I show you, I won't be able to get I won't be able to get things positioned back again because my setup is super janky. But my current setup is like a $30 IKEA table with adjustable legs. Like you can rotate the legs and like move it up or down. It's that, and then my monitor is sitting on top of like a Tupperware container with like old tax forms in it, and it's got like an adjustable stand so you can move the monitor up and down for height, and then my keyboard and mouse are on top of a pile of books. So that's my standing desk, and I think it, excluding the price of like the monitor and the mouse and the keyboard, it really only costs $30 because I already had the Tupperware container and the books. So so you don't have to pay $1,000 for a standing desk either. You can make your own. And then the monitor I'm reading chat from right now, where my camera is, Um, I already had like a corner desk in the room, which was a sit down desk, but I have the monitor and the camera on top of my tower, so it's all everything's at the right height. It all works. RDT says, "Is that a mouse with a ball? Are you talking about the vertical mouse? No, it's a standard laser mouse, except instead of holding your hand like this, you hold your hand like this. It's sold by Logitech, and they're not very expensive. So it's a Logitech Ergo mouse. Um, I forget what it's called exactly. I apologize, but I would highly recommend it. It's great for any hand or wrist pain that you're having. And it's just a standard laser mouse. There's a little bit of a learning curve to learn how to move your hand this way to like control the cursor. It takes more effort than you think, like to wrap your brain around it to do this. But gosh dang, does it help? Frankly says, "What's a vertical mouse?" No, it's vertical. Like instead of your hand like this, it's like this. It's just you're changing your wrist position to something more natural. When you hold your hand, like when you just relax your hand, the way your arm bones and your wrist fall is like this, like like this, not like this, like this. And so that's more natural for your arm bones and for your wrist. Yeah, in our profession, it's so important. Absolutely. Zachary says, "Did you have a tough learning curve with a vertical mouse?" I did. Yeah, it took me like 2 days of me like jittering the cursor across the screen, trying to figure out how to get it to move where I wanted it to move. But now it's no problem. You get it. Toby Deli says, "Best ergonomic tip is to learn Vim." I just stand and dictate keystrokes to a small child on the ground with a laptop. Get down, Jimothy. Dr. Moto says, "Miss Claire, can I redeem my Claire Bucks for a stream on Vim?" I actually don't know Vim, so I would not be a good candidate for that. I mean, you can if you want, but I don't know how to do it. So, Excellent. Good. I'm glad you all found it. I love my vertical mouse. It's great. I actually bought it when it was more expensive. Now it's gone down from like $100 to $60, I think, as the base price. So if you're in the US anyway, that's about the price. So I'm happy for those who are picking it up now at the cheaper price. And my work paid for it. So if your job has any kind of an ergonomics allowance, talk to the appropriate folks at your job. And I mean, my work reimbursed me for the cost. Hey, Ellen, how's it going? Tobidelli says, "I'm very productive using Vim now, but I will never ever catch up to the time I lost learning Vim properly." Yeah, actually, for a little while at work, I actually had to use V, which is not even Vim. It's the older version of Vim, like the original version. I actually had to use V at work for a while to do a couple of things, and I was just completely just like, "Give me the command because I don't know what I'm doing." Your hands get to stay on the home row. Yeah. Yeah, just like with anything, right? Sometimes Vim is the best, is the it's all about the right tool for the right job, right? And sometimes Vim is the best tool for the job. Just like Leanna didn't pay for any of it. Absolutely. That's the goal. Okay. Well, yeah, I always love harping on ergonomics whenever I can because it's so often overlooked. And then people end up with long term permanent damage to their hands, to their wrists, to their knees, to their legs. Um, and so, ergonomics are very important. And so I never hesitate to talk about them. Yeah, absolutely. Some Vim is important to know since you sometime in your career will end up on a server. Absolutely. That's why I had to know a little bit of V because I was working with a server, just doing some. What the heck was I doing? I don't. Oh yeah, I was doing something with how I don't. It's like I was moving some web pages around or something. I don't remember what was I doing. But anyway, yeah, it was a trip. When learning anything, Google it and cheat sheet. Absolutely. There's no shame in Googling anything ever. Don't. Don't memorize stuff unless you have to, or memorize where you can Google it, right? Memorize where your cheat sheet is and Google that. All right, let's get back to it. I really want to finish this section and maybe do a couple of examples if we have time. So when we left off, we were talking about when state resets and when it doesn't. And so we know if we have the same component at the same position, um, state will not reset when that re-renders. However, sometimes we might want to force that to happen. And we'll see some examples of why we might want to. By default, React preserves state of a component while it stays at the same position. Usually this is exactly what you want, so it makes sense as the default behavior. But sometimes you may want to reset a component's state. Consider this app that lets two players keep track of their scores during each turn. So Taylor has one. I'm going to click next player. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh. That doesn't look right. I can swap between Taylor and Sarah, but it's not resetting their score, right? This should swap scores as well, but it's not. It's keeping the same score for both of them. So we have two counters here, and they're in the same position. Even though we're passing a different prop into each one, right? We're passing a different prop into each one. It's preserving the score because they are the same component in the same position. Conceptually, in this app, they should be two separate counters. They might appear in the same place, but one counter is for Taylor and the other is for Sarah. There's two ways to reset state when switching between them. The first one is that we render components in different positions. Even though it might look the same on the screen, we're going to render it in a different position. Or we can give each component an explicit identity with a key. So option one, we can render them in two different positions. So let's see how this works. I'm going to put Taylor's score to 4 and then Sarah at 2. And now I can swap between them. It does reset them though. But it is, at least it's resetting them. So let's see how that works mechanically. All right, so we have counter. And then if not is player A, then we render the other counter. So initially is player A is true. So the first position contains the counter state and the second one is empty. When you click the next player button, the first position clears, but the second one now contains a counter. So I think this will be easier if we can visualize it. Yeah. So it's kind of what I was saying before is that it might look the same visually, but we're rendering them in different positions. So first off, initial state, we have our first counter here. The next one, the first in the next one, when we flip our state is player A to false, this counter gets destroyed along with its state. A new counter is rendered in the second position, and then the same thing happens when we swap back. So each counter state gets destroyed each time it's removed from the DOM. That's why they reset every time you click the button. So when we click next, it's destroying this one and rendering another one in the second position. And the same thing is happening each time. We're destroying not only the counter, but the state because we're rendering it in a different position. The first position contains the counter state, the second one is empty. The first position clears, but the second one now contains a counter. So we're just fudging it a little bit, right? Thank you for the follow, Chrono Show. This solution is convenient when you only have a few independent components rendered in the same place. In this example, you only have 2. So it's not a handle to render both separately in the JSX. Now, but it feels a little fudgy, right? Like it feels like we're kind of gaming things a little bit, and it might not be immediately obvious. If someone's coming in from the outside and trying to troubleshoot this, it might be a little hard to dig in and see what's happening and why that's happening. And sorry, disillusion. I just saw your chat there. You really, if you're working in Vim, you literally just need Q and WQ. That's not, yeah, okay, that's pretty true actually. I remember learning how to quit Vim for the first time. It was fun. So there's also another more generic way to reset a component's state. You might have seen keys when rendering lists, right? We should be very familiar with keys at this point. We've seen keys in a lot of places. We've seen them in MongoDB, right? Each time we add a new document into MongoDB, it's given a unique identifier, right? It's given a unique ID that's not duplicated anywhere else. It's unique to that document. And so that's essentially a key. If you're familiar with relational databases, you'll often find that well-structured database tables will have some kind of a key, which is a unique identifier for that record in the table. The key might be made up of multiple fields in that record, which combine to create a unique identifier. Like say, like first name, last name, student ID could all be combined to make a unique key, or it could be something that's auto generated, like an MD5 hash, or something else that just creates a unique way to reference that record and only that record, or that document and only that document. And when we're talking about React and working with lists in React, we learned a few weeks ago that anytime you're working with lists in React, you have to have some kind of key to uniquely identify every item in that list, right? When we're it's not just like HTML li tags. When we're working in React with lists, we have to give each list item a unique key. Now, does anybody remember why? Why do we have to do that in React? Why do we have to give our list items unique key values? As Third Decade mentioned, feel free to ask ChatGPT if you don't remember. That's a valid way to solve problems. As Tobadelius said, a good developer does not know every solution. He knows how to find the solution. So in React, why do we have to use keys with our list items to give them unique identifiers? Why do we care? Does anyone recall? So this is going to come into relevance again here in the next thing we're going to talk about. Some folks are saying I get warnings about keys and I ignore them. Ooh, bad form. Frederico says I only remember the annoying console error when you don't have them. I don't remember why. Yes, exactly. Great answers, Disillusion and Third Decade. Absolutely. Um, Disillusion says to be able to just re-render the item that has changed instead of the whole list, or to help, as Third Decade says, to help React identify which items have changed, been added, or been removed in a list. And I think it's particularly crucial when an item has changed, right? Let's say I have a list of names, and I change one of those list item names. Let's say I update it from Mayan Wolf to Mayan space Wolf, right? That item is now fundamentally different, and so React needs to know if I change Mayan Wolf to Mayan space Wolf. React needs to know, okay, wait, which item did I update? Especially if the list order changes, right? Let's say that I not only changed the spelling of the name, but I've also changed the order of the items in the list. Maybe I changed Mayan Wolf to Wolf Wolf, and the list is sorted in alphabetical order. So the list gets resorted. All of the items, shift positions, and now React is like, holy crap, which one got updated? Which one do I touch? How do I render this? What's changed? Do I need to re-render the whole list? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Even though I only maybe updated one item, React's not going to know what I did unless it can match the unique ID of the original item to the unique ID of the item now that it's been changed. The unique ID is immutable, or it should be immutable. It should be unchangeable. It should be unique and unchangeable. So that way, React can always link the old item and the changed item together and know exactly what, if anything, has shifted and what it should re-render. So that becomes very important, especially if you're working with larger lists or lists that are going to be very changeable, like the content is going to change a lot. You're going to need to have some kind of unique ID for your list that's not going to change so that React can link the old to the new. Okay, so very important. If you're getting those kind of warnings when you're building your apps, you really, really should think about either pulling a unique ID from your list, something you know it's not going to change, or using some kind of a generator to just whip up unique IDs for you. There are npm packages that you can install that will help you generate those types of IDs. I can't. There is one that I've used before. I can't think of it at the moment. That will generate IDs for you on the fly, and it's very useful. Space Wolf Coast to Coast. So, Dr. Moto, if you have a generator function for your unique keys, it could be that maybe you aren't applying them properly. Yeah, it could be that you just have a problem in the way that you're React. Maybe you're putting them in, but React just isn't reading them for some reason. So you can look up the let's see, I forget which section it's in. One of these two sections has a specific uh, section on like using keys and lists. And so you can read through that and see if you're applying the keys correctly. Okay, so keys aren't just for lists. You can use keys to make React distinguish between any components, just like we do with lists, right? That's why we use keys and lists to match things together. But we can also use them to distinguish between components that would otherwise be identical. By default, React uses order within the parent, so first counter, second counter, etc., just like it does with lists, right? React by default will use position to identify list items. If you didn't supply a key, it'll just say, all right, first position, second position, third position. And if something changes, it'll go by first position, second position, third position to match those items together, even if the items in those positions have changed. So keys let us tell React that this is not just a first counter or a second counter, but a specific counter. For example, Taylor's counter. This way, React will know Taylor's counter wherever it appears in the tree. So even if it changes position, it will identify that specific counter. So here we have two counters that truly share the same position in the JSX. However, you can see that we've assigned them keys, just like we would with a list item, right? Taylor and Sarah. Now we've assigned them explicit key values. So they can share the same position, but we can effectively flip between them now. Switching between Taylor and Sarah does not preserve the state, and this is because we gave them different keys. Specifying the key tells React to use the key itself as part of the position instead of the order. So React sees them as two different counters, and they will never share state because they are essentially different components. Federico says, I didn't know this. This will be useful. Absolutely. Yeah, I love this. I really like this key method personally, rather than the fudging position thing that they were doing in the first example, because the keys make it very explicit exactly what you're trying to do. It's a little more effort, but like, I don't know. I think it's better for clarity. Every time a counter appears on the screen, its state is created. Every time it's removed, its state is destroyed, and toggling between them just repeatedly resets the state. And remember that keys are not globally unique. They only specify the position within the parent. For the most part, that's probably not going to matter. But if you have like multiple different lists on in your within your UI, you just need to remember that keys are not globally unique. They only specify position within that parent. Mirko K, thank you for the follow. Resetting, so the next one I think is also really useful. Resetting a form with a key. Resetting state with a key is particularly useful when you're dealing with forms. Absolutely. Forms are such a bread and butter of any website, any React app or anything like that. And so we really want to make sure that that form is behaving exactly the way we expect. And Dr. Moda says, I like forms. Me too. I love forms. They're great. They're so deceptively, like, I don't know, they're so complex, but like it's all built in, right? Like we don't have to. Can you imagine if we had to build all the functionality that's just like inherently exists within HTML forms? Like, can you imagine if we had to build all of that functionality every single time and you couldn't rely on any of like the inherent behaviors? I don't know. It would suck. Like I love forms. They're great. Okay, so in this chat app, the chat component contains the text input state. So I'm going to say, hello, uh, Taylor. Taylor. Obi-Wan Princess and Nyan108. Thank you for the follows. Um, try entering something into the input and then press Alice or Bob to choose a different recipient. Okay, so I've entered hello, Taylor, because this is going to send to Taylor. I'll choose Alice. Oh, that's not what I want, right? If I switch to a different recipient, I would want this box to hopefully clear out and reset because I'm sending to a different recipient. I don't want to send something to Alice that's meant for Taylor. That's how that's how gossip gets spread around the workplace. When you send the wrong message to the wrong person at the wrong time, that's not going to be good for anybody. Building text area from scratch, yeah, that would not be good, right? Nobody wants to do that. All this expand collapse, functionality that text areas can do. Like, can you imagine if you had to do that from scratch every time? That would friggin' suck. Text areas are great also. So we can tell that this is not working as expected. The input state is preserved because chat is rendered at the same position in the tree each time, right? We're just replacing the Taylor chat with the Alice chat with Bob chat. It's the same component in the same position. So state is preserved. In many apps, this may be the desired behavior, but it's not the desired behavior in a chat app, especially. You don't want to let the user send a message they already typed to the wrong person due to an accidental click. Absolutely. So to fix it, we add a key like they've done here. And the key that they're adding is specifically the ID. So if we look down here, we can see that the contacts list they're pulling from has unique IDs for each person. Taylor is 0, Alice is 1, Bob and is 2. Now, these are functionally like positional, right? They're the person's position in this list of contacts. But since they are hard coded, if for some reason we added a new contact to the list and it was at the start, we could have ID 3 be at the start of the list and it wouldn't affect anything. So these are in positional order, but they could be in any order, and this ID value would still uniquely identify that contact. This ensures that when we select a different recipient, the chat component will be recreated from scratch, including any state in the tree below it. React will also recreate the DOM elements instead of reusing them. Now, switching the recipient always clears the text field. So I'll try this again. There we go. So it's all fixed. And each time I switch between recipients, it's going to rebuild the chat window and get rid of whatever I typed in there before because it's resetting the state. Okay. So that can be useful for certain applications if you need it, especially in the case of something like this chat app when you want to start over every time you click something new. So right before the recap here, just one more thing to mention, preserving state. Oh, and thank you for the follow, by the way, Danny UP84. Thank you. Preserving state for removed components. In a real chat app, you'd probably want to recover the input state when the user selects the previous recipient again, right? So if I switch from Taylor to Alice, and then I go, oh, wait, I forgot to send that message to Taylor. I want to switch back. I would want to see my message come back when I switched back, right? There are a few ways to keep the state alive for a component that's no longer visible. You could render all chats instead of just the previous one, but hide all the others with CSS. You could use CSS, the show hide, right? That's a thing you can do. You can switch the visible, the visible property on and off for those windows. The chats would not get removed from the tree, so their local state would be preserved. You would just be using CSS to make them invisible so they don't take up any space. This solution works great for simple UIs, but it can get very slow if the hidden trees are large and contain a lot of DOM nodes. Right. Yeah. If you were thinking of something like a real chat app where you can chat with as many people as you want, if you were using CSS to turn the visibility of each chat on and off over and over forever and ever, you're gonna end up with like 100 hidden chats, and yeah, that's not gonna do well for your DOM rendering, right? If Taylor's talking smack to lots of people, yeah, yeah, it's probably not the best way to handle it. Instead, you could lift the state up and hold the pending message for each recipient in the parent component. This way, when the child component gets removed, it doesn't matter because it's the parent that keeps the important information. This is the most common solution. Yeah, so you could have a state object that holds the pending message for each potential recipient, and then um, you could pass that down then to the child. So whenever the new chat is selected, you're passing it down to the child. It matches it up, it finds the correct message, and it displays that message. And then you could also use a different source in addition to the React state. For example, you probably want a message draft to persist even if the user accidentally closes the page. To implement this, you could have the chat component initialize its state by reading from local storage, and to save the drafts there too. Yeah, and I mean, local storage is something that most of us should be fairly familiar with, right? You could just save message drafts in local storage, or you could have a formal stage option, which then would take those things from local storage and move them to a database. So you could have a variety of solutions, right? You could read from a database, you could read from local storage, you could store state in a parent and read from that. It just depends on how you want your app to function, right? What you want the user experience to be like. And so you can set it up however you want. But the thing that you don't want to do is probably this option here, where you're, manually showing and hiding various elements. Candy Pants MD, thank you so much for the follow. Great name, I love it. Jungle says, toggle hidden check for Rose the Bachelor. Yeah, that's a deep cut. I like that. That's a good one. Yep, yep. Going back to CSS days, I don't miss that. More doctors. Yeah, I've got a lot of doctor followers. I feel honored. Yes. I don't know if they're real doctors, but hey, what do I know? OX80 says, would you know when Redux is the preferable option? I'm actually not very familiar with Redux. So if anybody else who is familiar would like to chime in to answer their question, feel free to do so. Because yeah, I'm afraid I'm not familiar with Redux, so I can't really answer that one. But I know there's a lot of smart people out there in chat, so maybe they can. So no matter which strategy you pick, a chat with Alice is conceptually distinct from a chat with Bob. So it makes sense to give a key to the chat tree based on the current recipient. Give a key to the chat tree is a heck of a tongue twister, I have to say. Wow. Give a key to the chat tree. All right, so quick recap. React keeps state for as long as the same component is rendered at the same position. State is not kept in the tags themselves. It's associated with the tree position in which you put that JSX. You can force a subtree to reset its state by giving it a different key. So giving the same component in the same position, different keys will force a reset of the state. And don't nest component definitions or you'll reset state by accident. Okay, so we got about 15 minutes left. We'll do a couple of challenges, and I don't think we'll be able to get through all of them, but we will do as many as we do, and then you can do the rest yourself, or just look at the solutions. What do I know? All right, challenge 1 of 5. Fix disappearing input text. This example shows a message when you press the button. However, pressing the button also accidentally resets the input. Why does this happen? Fix it so that pressing the button does not reset the input text. All right, so let's see the behavior. Let's see, I think I can almost get this on the same screen, so I don't need to fork it. But if your screen is smaller and you're messing with this example yourself, you can click the fork button up here in the right-hand corner, and it will open the example in a new window, and you'll have more editing space. So if you need more space on your screen, just click fork and open it in a new window. All right, so first let's see what happens. So test, I click show hint. Whoop. Oh, dang. So the hint appears and my text disappears. So why do we think that might be happening? So let's see where this hint thing is going. If show hint is true, then we return a div with the hint in it. And we have our button here. And if show hint is false, then we just return well, nothing there, right? It's we're showing or hiding this p tag, right? And so we're showing, okay, so I see here. Okay, I see what's happening. Oh, thank you for the follow disillusion. Yeah, so if show hint is true, we show a p tag followed by the form. If it's false, then there is no p tag and we just show the form. So why is that happening? Why is the text disappearing when we show or hide that that hint text? Frederico, I like that. Yeah. Yep, that's exactly the right answer and told in very dramatic fashion. Very good. The p tag takes the position in the DOM that the form tag used to hold and it destroys it. Yeah, exactly. So this goes back to the UI tree, right? So by default, form, our form component here, is in position 1 below the div. It is the first child. And then as soon as we click show hint, the first child spot is taken up by a different component, which is the p tag. Now the form is still there, but it's now in position 2. So we are resetting state because in the child 1 slot, it has gone from a form component to a p tag, and so the state is destroyed and recreated. And the same thing when we switch back, right? So UI tree, it's a UI tree problem. Dr. Moda says, oh, so if we put the P tag under, would that not happen? Looks like there are more problems than that. Yeah, there might be. And so, yeah, it just depends. There's probably several different ways to solve this. It's more about positioning. So we need to think about like where we're putting things, where things are in the tree, and how we can force that state to be preserved. Okay, so let's look what we got here. I think what we might do is, let me think about this. How do we want to do it? Oh, sorry, that was my dog. He's like, dang, Mom, when are you going to be done streaming? He's getting impatient. Okay, so I think show hint, favorite city. Yeah, I mean, we could try moving it under. Well, let's try that and see what happens. I'm curious. So it's going to need to be a, yeah, so we'll try that. Yeah, so that would work, right? That's probably the easiest solution. Because again, we're preserving position here, position 1. And this goes in and out of position 2, but it's not carrying any state. So it really doesn't matter. So yeah, I mean, I think this is probably the cleanest way to do it, honestly. I think the official solution is something different, but I like this one. Now, as far as more problems, what problems do you see there? What problem? I'm curious what problems you see, Dr. Moto, aside from that. Because this is technically valid, right? This return statement is fine. It's okay if we have two return statements. It's not the best. It's not the best. But um, the hint should be conditionally rendered. Well, we are. We're flipping it on and off, right? Instead of retyping the whole thing. Oh, did they ask for that? Could be done more. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It's right now we have two return statements. Um, yeah, right now we have two return statements, which yes, obviously isn't the best. So yeah, okay, let's combine these. Yeah, let's go ahead and combine these. Sure, that's fine. So I'll get rid of this one, and we'll render it conditionally so we don't so we're more dry, right? We want to be more dry. Don't repeat yourself. And right now this is repeating itself. So I agree. Let's make it more dry. Don't repeat yourself. Um, so we have show hint as a true or false. So yes, we could conditionally render this. Um, and so if show hint is true, then we can do so show. Remember, I need to use curly brackets here because we're working inside of a tag. So show hint. Um, if it's true, then we say whatever the hint. Oh, I didn't copy the hint text. Dang it. Oh, wait, no, here it is. Okay. Hooray. Show hint is true. Then we render this. Put this on a new line so you can see it. Show hint is true. Then we render that. And then we have the form, and I'm going to take this off. Oops. Ah. Okay, there we go. Make sure I delete the right stuff. All right, form there. What is happening? Sorry, my mouse is somehow off by one line. What the heck? I'm having some input problems here. Whoa. Stop whatever you're doing. I'm not doing that. Let me reset this. Sorry. What is happening? Okay, my cursor is just going in random places right now. I'm going to try forking this. Okay, let's try it here because that was not working properly. There we go. Okay, we're back. Technical difficulties. Sorry, folks. All right. Show hint. If show hint is true, and then double ampersand is a quick way to do that check, then we can do show hint is true, and I'll just drop this in there. Okay, show hint is true, we do that. Then we show the form, and then if show hint is true, we want to flip the state, right? So show hint is true. Show hint is true, then we set show hint to false for the first option, and then we hide it for the second option. Okay, show hint there. Open that. Button on click, do all that stuff, set it to false. Okay, and then hide hint. All right, so the second half of this ternary is going to be down here. Show hint is true, we do all that. And then show hint is false, we do all of this, and we set it to true. So that cuts down on the repetition, right? There's still a little bit of that. There's still a little bit of repetition, but it's not a lot. I'll close this. And I'm missing a, I think I'm missing a, where am I missing a parenthesis somewhere? Yeah, so we're showing we're toggling, right? Yeah, exactly like Dr. Moto said, right? We're cutting down on that the duplicate return statements by just putting the toggle inside the button. So each time we click it, we set show hint to be the opposite of whatever it was. Exactly. And now I'm missing a parenthesis here somewhere, so I'm going to try to find that. If somebody can spot it, you win a cookie. Where's my missing close or open parenthesis. Where are you? Button on click. Set that. There. Oh, wait. There. No, that's fine. End of line 18? No, that's fine. I'm closing. So this is the false section of my ternary right here. This is the true part. So that's fine. Violet B, welcome, Violet. Why is everyone developing React or similar? Because React helps you create, because user interfaces are getting really complex really quickly. User interfaces are getting really complex really quickly, and so you need to be able to really manage different. You need to be able to break user interfaces down into separate components and manage them together and independently. Right? User interfaces aren't just one single HTML page anymore. They're a bunch of different multimedia page components all working together, and React is a great way to manage that logic and update to a variety of different UI layouts based on user interaction. Okay, so we'll find. We're going to figure this out. Where is my missing? Okay, so return. Got my return open and close. That's all good. Oh, did I just not copy the last? Hang on. Let me see. Did I just not grab the last closing parenthesis for some reason? I forked the whole thing. So that's fine. That's fine. Line 5? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yep, you're right. I don't need this. Yeah, good catch. All right. Renitz gets a cookie, a virtual cookie. I'm tracking you now, Renitz. You get a cookie. Maybe cookies are not the best reward when we're talking about internet terms. All right. There we go. It's working. Yeah, exactly. As Dan said, we almost built a component inside of a component. That's a big no-no for React. All right. Hooray, it's working. So we got it working both ways, right? We got it working by moving the thing that was taking up position 1. We got it by moving that down to position 2, or we made it so we're able to toggle everything off and on in the same position without destroying our state. Yeah. Yay, go us. All right. So we got time for, let's do one more. All right. I'm going to go ahead and fork this one. It's a little wider. But first of all, let's read what it's asking us to do. This form lets you enter first and last name. It also has a checkbox controlling which field goes first. Yeah, so if I click that, they swap, right? If you tick the checkbox, the last name field will appear before the first name field. It almost works, but there's a bug. If you fill in the first name input and tick the checkbox, the text will stay in the first input, which is now last name. Fix it so that the input text also moves when you reverse the order. Now, we can just by like reading that, we can probably guess that's what's happening is we are swapping out the component in position 1 with an identical component. Therefore, it's preserving the state and just putting it into that identical component. So it's preserving the first name, whatever that is, Lion Wolf. And when I swap them, it's just putting that state into this same identical component, right? It's just saying, all right, I have some state for you and dropping it in there. Same component, right? Okay, boop, state. So what do we think is the best way to I don't want to say it accidentally, but to identify these functionally identical components as unique components? What do we think the best way might be? Yeah, Federico says we could try a key, right? And I agree. I think that's the best way to do it. That's the way that I would like to do it. Thank you for the follow, Deus01. Yeah, because once again, I like keys because they are uh, they very clearly identify what you're trying to do, right? A key immediately says, I am making this component unique. Therefore, I want its state to be destroyed every time these two swap. So this should be pretty easy to do. I don't think we have to do anything else here other than just give them keys, right? So keys open doors. Absolutely. So I'm just going to keep it simple here. I'm going to say key equals um, last name, last name. And then for the other one, we can just say key equals first name. Okay. And I think I need to do, so again, we have two return statements here. We could combine them, but we're about out of time. So feel free to do that yourself if you want. Oh, wait, this is swapped. I see why it's doing that. Okay, yeah, because it's swapping them out. Okay, so actually this should be first name and then last name here. Yeah, okay. So this is forcing that swap, and React will recognize that they are two different things now, or theoretically, and then reverse them. Oops. All right. So let's see if that works. Hey! Hooray, it works. It swaps them out, it identifies them as unique components, and it just works. Cool beans. Okay. So I like this one because it illustrates keys. I think the other ones are kind of similar. Victory, our enemies have fallen, indeed. A lot of the other examples, I've already looked at them, they are similar. Um, mostly using state to force changes, right? To force updates and changes. Um, using keys to force changes in state. So more key practice. I'd suggest doing these, trying them out. I think on most of these there's hints, and you can always look at the solution too. As long as if you have to look at the solution, go back and look at the solution, understand it, and then go back to the original problem and apply it yourself, so that you are actually doing the work, right? So there's no harm in looking at the solution, but as long as you then go back and you put that solution into practice by applying it yourself. Okay? So I'll let you guys do these yourselves. I think the last one here is just shifting state around. Yeah. So go ahead and try those yourself. Practice makes perfect, indeed. Yeah, exactly. Federico says, thanks for the knowledge. Using keys and components was my biggest takeaway today. Yeah. Um, so I think there's a couple takeaways here from what we've covered today. Don't forget about the concept of sharing state between components. I know that was a smaller section. We only did a couple of examples, but that's probably the biggest concept, like in React overall, is that how you control multiple components at once is by just pushing the state up to a parent and then passing that state knowledge down to the children as props, right? The parent shares the state, passes it down to the children, and then the children can influence that state if the parent gives the child the TV remote, right? It has to give it to them explicitly in the form of an event handler. So the event handler is the TV remote, which lets the kid change the channel. Normally, they can't do that. The parent always has the TV remote normally, but they can give it to the child in certain instances if they want them to be able to change the channel, or in this case, change the state. So that's a huge concept in React. You see it everywhere. And so it's good to know what that is and how to do it. But yes, absolutely. In this section, I would say that probably the biggest bombshell there is assigning specific keys to components. Like they're useful for more than just lists, right? We know we need keys in lists in React, but you can also assign keys to components to force React to differentiate between functionally identical components. Dan says, ooh, TV remote analogy, can I steal it? Absolutely. Yeah. I don't think you had joined the stream yet when we were talking about that, because we were talking about how, you know, React parent components really heavily limit what their children can do, right? Um, they don't, child components can't directly influence the parents. If a parent passes a prop to a child component, the child component has to do whatever that prop says, right? The child component can't modify the prop. The props are immutable, they are unchangeable. And so the child must do whatever the parent says. They're very strict. However, the one time the child is able to influence the parent is when the parent explicitly allows the child to do so by passing them the TV remote in the form of an event handler. If the parent is holding on to the state, we pass down the update function for that state to the child in the form of a prop, and then the child can trigger that prop, or can trigger that function, that update function, which then updates the state, runs the function, updates the state in the parent, and then that state is once again passed down to all the children as props again. So passing the TV remote. Good. I'm glad that helps you out, Dan. Yep. And we also learned also about yeah, it is tricky to explain, right? That concept of what child components can and can't do. And because after we spent all this time talking about, oh yeah, children can't do anything to the parent, all of a sudden we're saying, yeah, put your state in the parent. And so you're like, okay, but like, then how does it ever get updated, right? And so it gets updated in the form of passing down that TV remote, which the child can then change the channel on. Mm-hmm. We also learned about the concept of controlled and uncontrolled functions and what those vocab word means, because you'll probably hear that. You might hear that in a job interview. The concept of, can you explain the difference between a controlled and an uncontrolled component, right? So an uncontrolled component holds its own state, right? It's the kid in the grocery store with no parents, and they're running around, they're shoving candy bars in their mouth. There's no parent in sight. They are ungovernable. They control their own destiny. A controlled component has a parent that is passing down that state in the form of props, and the kid's got to do whatever those props say. So they're the kid, tied to the grocery cart with one of those little kid leashes or whatever. They are controlled. Um, Not saying one's better than the other, but that's a way you can think about the difference. Okay. All right, so please do the rest of these challenges. Does anybody have any questions about the content that we've covered today before we wrap up? Or any questions for me in general? You do. Oh, Dr. Moto, bringing the highbrow references. Yes, indeed. Dan says 4 pixel or 8 pixel border radius. Gosh. I don't hardly use CSS enough to like even have an opinion on that. I guess 8 pixel. I like rounded corners. Oh, sorry, the poll results. Yeah, good callback. 1 second. Let me get those pulled up. View results. Oh, not very many. I'm disappointed. Not very many people voted. Y'all let me down here. But the majority of you, only 6 people, like only 10 people voted, and the majority of you said they want to leave it as is. No green screen, no flashy lighties. Um, yeah, no green screen, no flashy lighties. So I'm happy to leave it as is. I don't care. But I think will probably at least do the green screen, just because I want more real estate for y'all to see like my screen, especially since I have to zoom in quite a bit. So I want like you to be able to see more stuff on the screen and less of my blank white walls. Scotty says, "Have you dived into the wonderful Redux yet?" I have not. Nope. We're focusing on React for now. Layla says, "What's going on? What's going in the fish tank?" I actually already have a fish tank. I just wanted a better stand. I was talking at the beginning of the stream about how like I was like really achy today and like sore because I was assembling a fish tank stand yesterday and like screwing hinges like into the door and like lifting up these super heavy like planks and things because it's it's a fish tank stand, so it's got to be sturdy, right? And I wanted something with cabinets and nice drawers and looks nice. My current stand is just a metal frame. It doesn't have any drawers, so I got to like set all the water treatment stuff just I don't know around. It doesn't look good. So I already have a fish tank, and this is just me moving the fish tank to a better stand. But the bad part about that is actually moving the fish tank, um, which yeah, I'm going to be doing that later this evening, and I'm not looking forward to it. It's only a 40-gallon, so it's not huge, but it is big. So I'm gonna have to drain the whole thing, get the fish out, get the water out, save the water, um, get all the rocks out. Yeah, it's gonna be a pita. Ugh. Friendmaster says, how to share state between two components that don't have a common parent. So I think we're going to get into that a little bit later on, actually, especially when we talk about these other things here, when we talk about like context, um, you know, and there's, I mean, so thinking about that, it depends on I guess it depends on the context. So there's some other ways that you can pass state. Um, if you have another component that's like way deep down and you want to send that state to it, we can do, context. Um, if two components don't share a parent, well, it could be possible that you have to like go way, if you go up high enough, if you go up high enough, those components will share a parent. Even if you have to go all the way up to the global level, right, to the app level, they will share a parent at some point. They have to. It's a tree. And so, it's possible you might have to do some funky stuff there, all the way up at the top. In which case, then you might need context to pass that bad boy all the way down, back down to the other component. So you're not doing what we call prop drilling, which is passing a prop over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, way deep down. Uh, Dan says, mine with more serious question. Have you ever used a state machine library like XState? I have not tried them out yet. I have not. Nope. I've mostly just been, as I've been doing things with React, I've mostly been staying very vanilla on purpose, just because I want to get really familiar with, I don't know, just how this stuff works, right? I don't want to immediately abstract myself into other, offshoots and things. I'm focusing on React, and just getting good at that, and then I'll start exploring other things around it. Frederico says, "So will you cut out your silhouette and remove the dead space?" Yes. So it would just be like around my, head and shoulders. You'd still be able to see that, but then everything else would be my screen, other than my actual like face and shoulders. What if once you get the green screen, we enlarge your head to the same size of the current square? Oh, geez, my giant face. I do have a very large head already. I don't know that you want more of that. My face is large. Fish tank background. Frankly says, don't put it in sunlight. I assume you're talking about the fish tank. Yeah. So that's part of the problem with my fish tank's current location. It's like it's behind my work desk, which is like, this is not my work desk, by the way. My work desk is in another room because I like to separate my home life and my work life. Even though I work from home, it's really important to keep that balance. And so my home desk and stream desk is in a completely different room than my work desk. But anyway, my current fish tank is like behind me. Like if I'm sitting at my work desk, my current fish tank is behind me. Um, and it's under a window, but like not in direct sun. But even that like is enough to cause algae to just go blah. So I'm moving the tank to a location where it's not going to be in any kind of direct sunlight, um, or close to a window, and so hopefully that'll help with some of the algae issues that I have. Dr. Moto says, couldn't you make a dummy parent? Yeah, you could probably do that too. Yep. If you want to have two components that don't share a parent, because the question was explicitly two components that don't share a parent. Um, and so if for some reason you like, going from that assumption, you'd have to go up until you find a common parent. But yeah, I mean, you could force them to share a parent, if that's feasible to do. It could be that they're in completely separate locations. Um, And so that might not be feasible to create a dummy parent if they're in completely separate locations in the tree, which could be hard. But yeah, if they're in the same location and they don't currently share a parent, then yeah, you can just give them a dummy parent like a div or something, and have them share have them share state that way. That's yeah. If they were in the same location, that's what I would do. Dan says it depends. Such a senior dev thing to say. Well, yeah, there's in most situations, the nice thing about this profession is that there's more than one way to solve it, right? And so it depends on a lot of things, including what project you're doing, the context, how much of the code you can edit, all that sort of thing. It depends sometimes, but hey, there's more than one way to do it, and that's the good part. Boss Bacon's '04, thank you so much for the follow. Uh, Tuxedo One. Hi, what project are you working on? Well, we just spent the last 3 hours going over learning more about state in React. So that's what we are working on right now. It's part of a multi-part series about React, React from scratch. So from zero to hero when using React, going through the React docs and doing examples, so we can really understand the concepts that we're picking up. So today we just finished talking about sharing state between components and preserving and resetting state. Also for tax reasons, I guess. I assume you're talking about separating home and work computers. Um, yeah, there's lots of things you can do for tax reasons, but I don't think it would matter if I have, because I still have separate computers for home and work. So it doesn't matter if they're at the same desk as long as they're separate from each other. Although I do know a few folks at work who use their work computers for personal machines, but hey, whatever. Frankly says outcompete algae for nutrients with floating plants. Easy to remove them when they get to be too many. This is one easy strategy to balance algae. Yeah, I don't have a huge algae problem, and I have a goldfish, and goldfish are really good at eating algae. So it's really not that bad. It just kind of gets splotchy sometimes, and I just scrape it off the sides with a scraper. So it's not a big deal. And if I did have floating plants, my goldfish would immediately eat them. So they wouldn't last for very long. Goldfish eat everything. Thank you for the follow, Almagzer. Hello. How's it going? And Dmitry Maximov Galora, thank you for the follow as well. Dan says, does your goldfish prefer React or Vanilla JS? Probably Vanilla JS. That's probably easier for a goldfish to comprehend. Disillusion says, I don't know if in your country it's the same, but here, if you have a dedicated room for work, you can deduct the costs. I don't know. I'll have to check. Um, yeah, I don't know. I will have to look into that. Yeah, I don't know if that's a thing here. The United States tax code is so freaking complicated that anytime like something changes, it's just like, oh, it sucks. I've already done my taxes for this year. They were due in April, so hopefully, yeah. But yeah, I'll check it. I'll check that next year. Spigot says always, and I mean always, have a separation of work and personal machine. Also, never use a work machine for a personal project. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, don't do that. Keep your work stuff and your personal stuff separate at all times. Even if you work from home, never be doing don't cross the streams. Right? Don't get your wires crossed. It's never going to end well if you start doing personal stuff on your work machine, or work stuff locally on your personal machine. Um, it's not going to end well. Dr. Moto says no fun allowed in the workroom or IRS comes after you. Yeah, my work area is also like not really a room. It's like an open plan kind of a part of a room. So yeah, might get a little complicated there. Frankly says goldfish doesn't have a memory of state, so it can't do React. Yes, that makes perfect sense. I agree with that assessment. Their deck says yes, you can get tax deductions for working from home. I think I'm getting that one, but like I was thinking of like a specific like room deduction, like on my property taxes or whatever. Like that would be good. That would be nice. Almog says dot get the dot env. Spigot says, depending on the company, they may have policies in place where they have the rights to the IP of any project done on work resources. Yes. And that includes like, software or, yeah, I know that's actually bitten some people in the butt before. Um, people building apps or programs on company machines using company resources, and then when they leave, they take that app with them, they try to market it, and then the company's like, no, that's ours. We own that, thank you. And then they're in the right there because it was done on their resources, on their internet, on their on their software. So yeah, don't be building personal stuff on work machines. Get yourself a cheap laptop and do it there instead. Spigot says, although fun goldfish fact, they actually remember a lot more than we think. Yeah, the whole like 30-second goldfish memory. Um, it's a fun saying. We like to say that I have the memory of a goldfish for people having bad short term memory. But goldfish actually can retain information. Yep, they remember stuff. Dan says, I remember that being a thing to worry about when I was at university. Don't build your business app on university stuff. Yep. Use your own software, your own machines. Yeah. Hey, Sinotech. Iris is now coming for your goldfish. Yeah, the goldfish was in the work office, so hopefully they don't come for him. Phil28, thank you for the follow. Spade says there's people who have trained their goldfish to play soccer. Yeah, they're smart. They're clever fish. Um, Mine knows what time of day. Like I have a little automatic feeder that like gives him the same amount of food every single day, so I don't overfeed him. Um, and he knows when the feeder is about to go off. He's waiting. He waits under the spot where it goes, and waits for it to go off so he can get the food. Casper said, "Goldfish, you tapped my bowl 3 years ago. I'm coming for you." Yeah. Almog says, full stack Mern, love React so much. That's awesome. I'm glad you love React. This whole series is about React. Um, if you want to see some of the previous things we've covered already, you can check out what's already on my Twitch channel. As you can see, this is part 7 of our React series. So there's 6 previous parts. If you want to see them, they are on my Twitch channel. The first few parts might have already expired on Twitch, so you can watch them on YouTube. If you do !YouTube in chat, that will give you a link to my YouTube archive where you can find everything I've ever done. All of it web dev related right here on stream. So if sounds like you are a passionate Mern developer. So yeah, you can look at my archive and see there's some cool stuff there. Almog says you will cover HOCs. Do you mean hooks? Because yeah, we talked about like use state. We're going to be talking about use effect. Higher order components. Not sure if let's look at the rest of the docs here. Because essentially what we're doing is we're just going through the docs. So whatever you see here is what we're going to be covering. So we're finishing up state now. And we're going to be talking about, doing some extraction of logic, passing data deeply, preventing prop drilling. We're going to be talking about scaling up, making our apps larger and more complex. And then the last section we're going to cover is escape hatches. So things about like use effects, custom hooks, working with data that comes in from another system outside of React. We're going to be covering that as well. Some of this is more advanced, so I haven't really read through this part yet and seeing exactly what's in here. But this is an advanced topic, so I'm going to see how hairy it gets and how much of it we're going to cover. We might cover the whole thing, we might not. I don't know. Jay Snow says, what website is this? This is the official React docs. They are fairly new. So I would highly suggest checking it out. I'm going to sneeze 1 second. Excuse me. Sorry about that. So I will give you the link to this. The docs are here. Thank you. There you go. That's the site. These are the official new React docs, and there's plenty of reference material here. They are very good, very well put together. So we're going through the Learn React section, and we're going through these 4 sections here. We've already been through sections 1 and 2. We are finishing section 3, and next we're going to be talking about after we finish section 3, probably next week or the following week. Then we're going to be talking about section 4, some of this more advanced topic. Yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Almog, is that the hooks were kind of a replacement of hawks, although, I'm not 100% on that. Okay. Any other questions before we wrap it up? For those of you who just join, we are just kind of wrapping things up. But as I mentioned, you can see this stream on my Twitch channel. Rewatch it, and you can see my entire archive on my YouTube channel, exclamation point YouTube. Dissolution says, do you have a stream schedule or random? On my Twitch channel, I have my schedule. Right now, it is 1 stream a week, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time every single Sunday. So if you go to my Twitch channel and you click on schedule, there's a schedule tab. It should be there. I may be adding another stream at some point. I'm still debating whether I want to do that or not. But these 2 streams will have slightly different formats and topics. So this one is for more advanced topics. My other stream will probably be for more basic beginner stuff. But we'll see. I'm thinking about it. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it might. Thank you for the follow, Jay Snow. Jay Snow says, I'm a Mern Jr., but I haven't seen that doc yet. Yeah, this is a really excellent reference. And my favorite thing about it is that it really does start from zero, and it gives you tons of examples. And each of these examples they're all editable. Like, you can go in, these are sandboxes. You can go and play around with them, see what breaks, see what doesn't. You can download them, you can fork them, you can do all sorts of things with them. So I think the docs are really great because they're interactive. Dan says, a history of black market React components, a documentary by Vinyl. Oh man, I'm not down to create a documentary. That's way too much work. Although I really admire a lot of the folks on YouTube who make documentaries about completely niche topics. Jay Snow says, popped in at the perfect times, it seems. Dr. Moto says, I heard they made a React documentary. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that. I'll have to actually watch that. If there is really a documentary out there about React, I'm gonna watch it. Absolutely. I've also heard that the official React conference is like absolutely wild. I think I would like to attend someday. Echo Brief too. Thank you for the follow. Dr. Moto says they talk about it on the Shop Talk podcast. Huh. Okay, I'll have to find it. Oh, thank you for sharing that, Dr. Moto. Yeah, I'll check that out. Jason says, do you also do Next.js? Not at this time. Could be a future topic, maybe. We're really just focusing, and I know there's all these, there's all sorts of other, offshoots, Next.js, all these other things. But the focus is really with 100 Devs, which is the organization that I'm with. The main focus is training people to be web developers and training them on the most marketable skills that are going to help them get a job. And so right now, at least for the moment, React is really the big dog as far as what you see on job descriptions as things that they want people to have, that they want candidates to have. Do you know React? That's not to say that won't change at some point, but it's right now that's the one. Yeah. Jason says basically a boot camp thingy. Yeah, it is. The best part though is that it's free. You don't have to pay $10,000. The main tenet of 100 Devs is that education should be free, and you should never have to pay for your education, because there should be no barriers to entry into tech, and anyone, no matter their means, no matter their budget, should be able to get a job. No matter their means, background, budget, they should be able to get a job in tech, and that's something that's very important to us. So we're trying to find what are the most marketable things, teach people those things, and then they get jobs. And we also teach them how to get hired too. So Oh no. Jason says, "Oh shoot, I already paid $9,000." Oh, I'm sorry, John. Well, if you get through your boot camp and you're struggling to land that job, because a lot of the times the boot camps don't give you good post course support, they just don't. Some do, which is great, and that's fantastic. Um, but a lot of the times they'll just be like, all right, you got skills, and then they kick you out, and they're like, all right, go find your own job. You should be able to do that, right? Well, no. There's unique skills that are important to the job hunt. And so if you need a little support after you finish your boot camp, 100 Devs is there for you if you need it. It's again, it's all free. It's just a very collaborative community that teaches you the types of things beyond just learning to code, about how to network, how to tailor your resume, how to talk to people on LinkedIn and Twitter, how to connect with people, how to network your way into a job. So if you ever need that support, you can join the Discord. It's a nice place. Lots of folks there who are doing the same thing that you are. Jorbs. Freddie Ricker says, "Can you tell my school that as far as education should be free?" Yeah, that's the thing, right? Um, because like my day job, I work for a university that charges students tuition to get an education. I actually got my education from the university that I work for. Um, However, I found that my paid degree has not helped me in like in my professional career in any sense. Now, am I saying that I regret doing it? No. It taught me other things, but there should be no barriers to entry. As I said, there should be no barriers to entry into this field. You shouldn't have to have a certain piece of paper, um, or a certain certificate or whatever to get into tech. It should be open and accessible to anyone with the drive to learn the skills, right? And so that's why 100 devs exists. Third Decade says 100 devs has a great vision and it's already paying off for many in the form of jobs. Yeah. Yeah, and Leon is the main teacher of 100 devs. I'm kind of like a TA. I consider myself a TA, an assistant teacher, sort of. And Leon is the main teacher. Great person, very charismatic and very caring, and an excellent educator, a skilled educator also. Um, you get addicted after a class or two. Absolutely. Dr. Moto says, I hear it's actually more than 100 devs. Yeah, we are in the hundreds now. I think Leon's keeping track. We're in the hundreds or maybe even 1,000 now of folks who are landing jobs. Yeah. Yep. Disillusion says networking, networking, and networking. Unless you're a god in interviews, this is how you navigate the market. Yep. It's all about the game, right? It's all about who you know. And so some folks hear that phrase, who you know, and think, oh, well, I'm never going to get a job because I wasn't born into the right social circle, right? And okay, in some cases, yes, you're going to be born into the wrong social circle. You're not going to know the right people. Your parents aren't going to know the right people, right? But that doesn't preclude you from making those connections and getting in from the outside. It's going to be harder, yes, but you can. You can connect with people. You can build organic connections with people in the industry. You can make friends in the industry. Um, and that's part of the finesse, right? It's part of playing the game, of making those connections, of having people being able to say, "Oh, hey, yeah, I know a great developer, so and so. They're looking for a job. I'm going to refer them into this position, or they're going to be the person that picks your resume out of the generic HR hiring pool, right? And they put it in front of the right people. And so, yeah, the huge part of this is networking. It shouldn't have to be, right? In a fair and just world, it shouldn't have to be, but that's the way it is. It's about who you know, and sometimes you got to make those connections to get to the point where you know the right people. Ellen says it would be nice if the educational materials at the colleges were free. Yeah, I know at my college you can audit classes for free without, like, you can sit in on those classes without paying, but sometimes that means you don't have access to all the material. Um, Dr. Moto says, worked in tech at my undergrad uni too. Looking at their budgets and rising tuitions made me sick. Yeah, I'm actually very proud of my current University, they have frozen tuition. They have not raised tuition at all for over the past decade now, which has resulted in much higher enrollment, right? Because students don't want to pay rising tuition. And so they do still have to pay to get an education, but at least it's not going up every year. Dan says TA of the year. Thank you. Thank you for the follow, Domi974. Spigot said, I think being able to learn should be free, but at the same time, believe educators should be compensated for their teaching skill. Yes, for folks who are in the teaching profession, yes, I absolutely believe teachers should be paid. If that is their, that's their primary job, if that is their what they've been hired to do, then absolutely they should be paid. To be clear, I am not paid for what I do, but that's by choice. I'm a volunteer. This is a volunteer position. I'm not compensated. I'm not sponsored, and that's my choice, right? I volunteered for this. So, but like actual teachers who are hired to do that as their main job, then yes, they absolutely should be paid, and they should be paid more. Thank you for the follow, Tusif Tasrik. Jay Snow says, "Is the Discord's name Leon and Friends?" I believe so. Yes, and Lalo has linked the Discord there, so just follow that link that Lalo has put there in chat. Jay Snow says, 49K members. Yeah, that's the one. It does have 49,000 members. Yes. It's a pretty big movement. Need some way to incentivize people to create educational content. Yes. I think in a perfect world, right? Companies would fully sponsor these types of programs to train up people to enter the industry, even if it's branded content. Like that's fine, right? Um, companies would be the big companies would fully want to inject educational material and put it out there for free so that they can train up the future developers who are going to join their teams and create cool stuff, right? They want their pool of developers to be as wide as possible. So why not put a bunch of free content out there and get people trained up? Their decade says, I hope models like 100 devs eventually become the norm rather than costly programs. Yeah, I hope so too. It seems to be doing pretty well so far. Thank you for the follow, Domi947. Hello, Domi. How's it going? All right, I'm loving the conversation so far. I love any chance I get at being able to talk about, I don't know, the passion for free education and how how resources should be available to everyone, right? And making more people aware of what it's actually like to work in tech and how it's not scary and how anyone can do it if they have the drive to learn the skills. Anyone should be able to do it, and we're working on flattening that playing field for folks, because I spent most of my life thinking that I couldn't do it. And I don't want to say I wasted time, but I set my career back. Jay Snow says the concept of free education is surprisingly new to many people. It absolutely is. Yeah. Um, and it's especially in the American system, right? Americans aren't used to getting things for free. It makes us feel weird and oogie inside if somebody offers us something for free, right? We feel like we're being tricked, or that it's going to be subpar. And we need to get rid of that misconception when it is the real thing, right? When folks are volunteering their skills and their time to create something that's truly good and helpful for free. There needs to be more of that. And I think the tech space is the perfect place to do that, right? It's always changing. No, there are no rules set in place, right? We can do whatever we want. So why don't we choose to do something good? If we're going to choose to do something, let's choose to do something good. Alwyn says, hello, when previous episodes of the Intro to React will be available on YouTube. So, Alwyn, I believe parts 1 through 3 are already up on my YouTube channel. Do exclamation point YouTube if you need a link to that. I'll be moving more of them here pretty soon. I think I moved the last one a couple weeks ago, so I'm about due to shift some more over to YouTube. So I'll do that at some point, probably next week. Disillusion says, can confirm I have colleagues who studied something completely different. My company gave them a chance, and they're some of the most skilled devs that I know now, mostly thanks to programs like this. Absolutely. I've said it before, I'll say it again. I don't have a CS background. I didn't grow up. I didn't grow up writing like Visual Basic code or playing around on Amiga or whatever. I didn't grow up with any of that. I didn't have. I grew up in a very rural area. Again, no, I didn't have any like anyone in my life who knew how to write code to be a role model for me. So I didn't know that was possible. Um, I didn't start writing any code at all. Really, I tried to take one CS class in college. It sucked. I hated it. I didn't understand it. I thought I was too dumb to code. I told myself that I am too dumb to code. Um, and so I graduated college, like, okay, I'll do something else. But I didn't start actually really writing any code until I was in the workforce outside after college. Um, and I just had to do it, or for my job, as part of my job, I had to write a few things. I didn't understand what I was doing. Just write this and it'll work, right? And so that's how it started. And so yeah, I mean, I'm so glad that folks gave me a chance, and now I'm a dev. Jay Snow says, hats off to you and your team. What you do here without getting paid is really marvelous. Oh, thank you, John. Yeah, I'm definitely not the main driver of this program. I'm a major contributor to the program, but I am not. It's all Leon's vision. I just found that vision so I don't know, good and compelling and altruistic that I decided to be a part of it. And that's what a lot of other folks have done as well. They all give their time. Nobody's getting paid. We all just do it because it's fun and we like it. Spigot says, should not be the case as far as talking about paying for education in America. The whole reason we have libraries in the United States was because we started off believing that everyone should be educated and it should be free. Yeah. And so this is no different. What we're doing, when we make this educational content free online, when YouTubers put tutorials out there for free, it's basically like a library, right? We're making content available to anybody who wants it in an easily accessible location. So we need to continue the concept of the library, of of the town square, and continue that concept online. I gave a talk or a mini talk at a conference recently about the concept of the third space. So in a lot of other countries besides America, countries that have grown up before cars existed, when everybody had to walk everywhere, um, there's this concept that you have your home, which is one space, you have your work which is another space, and in each of those spaces you interact with a very specific group of people, right? At home you interact with your family, at work you interact with your coworkers, but there's this concept of the third space, and generally it's a location that's very walkable, easy for people to congregate in a public square, and it's called the third space. It's where you can have these organic conversations with people that you know or don't know, outside of your home and outside of your work. And it's sometimes it's your friends, sometimes it's random people, sometimes it might be coworkers, but it's organic, right? It allows for people to convene with each other, to experience together, and to have a casual space for casual conversation and collaboration. And in the US, that's not really a thing, right? We drive home, we drive to work, we don't stop. We might go through the drive through or, sit down at a Starbucks for a few minutes, but it's not the same. It's not comfortable, it's not casual. Um, and so, obviously, yes, there are a few spaces like that. We talk about like maker spaces, those are great. Um, but they're often hard to get to, right? You have to drive there. It has to be a calculated decision. I am going to this place to do a thing, right? It's not organic. But I think what we find is that those third spaces have developed in places such as Discord, in places such as Twitch. These places are easy to get to. You can go there on a whim. You can meet with friends. You can meet with strangers. You can collaborate on projects. You can just sit there and BS about something in chat, right? We have these new organic third spaces that are really vital for keeping us social and helping us grow together in a way that's not structured, in a way that's not paid, in a way that doesn't take any really effort on our part. It's effortless collaboration, and so the concept of the digital third space is something that really needs to be nurtured, um, among ourselves and by and corporations and entities need to recognize the validity of the digital third space, whether it's Discord or Twitch or whatever. We need to recognize them as real social spaces where people can get things done outside of work, outside of the home. So rant over, but that concept is really important to me. Ellen says, I always thought of the internet as a digital library. Absolutely. I agree. You can find anything you want. Spigot said, third space is public fun space. Yep. Very rare in the United States. It's rare that we have those types of spaces that don't require a car to get to. Federico says, the community. Yep. Italian piazzas. Yeah, that's the kind of thing I'm talking about, right? And in the US, we have town squares, but oftentimes they aren't within walking distance of where we live. So there is a beautiful public space in my town, but it is just barely walkable. Like it is a trip. Like if I walk there, that's a walk. It's miles away. I can walk there. I have done, but it's too far away for most people. Most people wouldn't be able to make that walk, and so it's not a true third space for everyone. Sino says even bars aren't like that. Yeah, it's a really unique sort of a feeling when you're in a true third space, when you can just when you can walk from your apartment to a sandwich shop, you pick your sandwich, you go and you sit, with a friend at a plaza, and then you walk home. Spigot says game shops are good examples of third spaces. Yeah, they absolutely can be if they are easy to access for everyone. Dan says, sit there and BS about something in chat. I feel seen. Well, that's part of it, right? It's organic interaction. This is and as Third Decade said, this is the digital third space right now. It is. That's kind of the point I'm making, right? Is that we are creating these spaces in the absence of having real ones where we can actually go to. We create these digital versions. Now, they're probably not as good as real third spaces, but at least it's something, and we should nurture them. D. Holmes says, well stated. Thank you. Ellen says chess parks in New York are great spaces. Yeah, they are, and that's a nice thing about New York is that it is it is less of a sprawl than so many other. Okay, there is a lot of sprawl, but there's more organic spots like that. Still not as third space friendly as European cities that existed before cars, but hey, it's something. All right. Any other? We've had some great topics. I love it. Once we finish covering the real content, I love all the random topics that we dig up. So whenever I have time to have these random chats with you all, that's the fun part for me, as well as the content. The content's fun too. But any other things we want to talk about? It's okay if we want to wrap up. I will definitely go raid somebody after this. Also, if you have any raid suggestions, please let me know. Otherwise, we'll just see who's online. Ba, 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 ba. Sina said, you encourage me to be on stream more frequently. So do you mean, do you stream, Sina? Frankly says, parks in early morning in China are like that. They do Tai Chi, Western dancing, hacky sack. Yeah, it's free, it's accessible. There's a lot of activities for everyone. It gets people congregating together, collaborating together, doing something together. Sina says, now with this new info, I didn't realize that I can make a third space. Absolutely. Make your third space. Yeah, make a place for folks to hang out with you and hang out with each other. Anyone can stream. There should, again, it's just like with tech, there should be no barriers to entry, right? Anyone can stream if they want to. When I first started streaming, I didn't even have a webcam. I was using a little laptop. I was using one screen, a teeny tiny laptop. I had like everything on smooshed onto my screen. I didn't even have a webcam. I was using the laptop's microphone, but I was still streaming anyway. It works. You can do it. Jason says, I'm trying to get on the Discord, but apparently I have multiple accounts and I validated my phone number in the past with a different account that I forgot existed. Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure what the best way is to get access. Yeah, if you already have a previous account, I don't. Maybe you can recover that from your email somewhere. Maybe. Oh, that sucks. Yeah. Spigot says, I'm just used to rural areas, so I'm used to needing to drive to third spaces. Well, me too, Spigot. That's kind of the place where I grew up. I grew up in one of those t- areas where, yeah, you just drove everywhere. Like, there was no walkable place to congregate with other people other than like the neighbor's house. But other than that, you needed to drive. So that's what I love so much when I travel to Europe is just walking everywhere and everything's accessible. And I'm like, oh my God, why don't we all live like this? Okay. Um, I'm thinking as far as raid targets, I'm thinking Time Enjoyed because they raided me last time. So I think we should give them some love back. And send the and Time Enjoyed is also a lot of fun. You never know what they're going to be doing. They have birds. They do tarot readings. Like they do code sometimes. They draw. Like they're super talented. Jay Snow says, need to check my 6 Google emails one after one. Oh my goodness, Jay. What are you doing over there? Organize your digital life, my friend. Oh. Ellen says, I'm the only person in my family who likes programming. Oh, yeah. Well, same with me, Ellen, right? I still don't have anybody in my family who knows how to write code. So that's why I value the online community because there's folks there who value what I'm doing and understand what I'm doing and can appreciate it. So Dish Illusion says it's always interesting to hear about different ways of life and cultures. I've never been to the US or China, but I really would like to visit once. Yeah, the US would love to have you. Um, you hear about problems with the US and stuff like that, but it does have a lot of lovely, especially the natural features that it has. The Some of the terrain and some of the natural places to visit truly exist nowhere else on Earth. The natural beauty of the United States is really tremendous, and you can see everything from swamps to deserts to Arctic, just in a single country. It's pretty wild. Forests, jungles, we've got it all. Spigot says because we're 50 mini countries in one larger one. Yeah, I would agree with that. Crispy says, "Hey, they're doing a 100 collab track with the 100 Devs album. Oh, that's awesome! Yeah, Time Enjoyed has so many talents. They do music, they do drawing, they do tarot. Like they're nuts." Frankly says in Copenhagen, they put bicycle lanes between cars parked in the street and the walking pavement. Bikes are very prioritized in Copenhagen. Yeah, that's one thing that my town is doing very well. They have started putting in protected bike lanes next to most of the roads. Now have a protected bike lane that's out of the path of cars, and it's like there's a cement protection, between the cars and the bikes, which is rare in the United States. That doesn't happen very often. Um, and so that's the United States is in some places is trying to prioritize methods of travel other than cars. We still don't have good trains or buses, but we're getting there. Dr. Moto says in Boston, we just put white bikes where cyclists died as a warning to others. Yeah. Bike infrastructure, anything other than car infrastructure is really not prioritized in the United States. Um, most of the most of the infrastructure is heavily tailored toward car travel. Um, we don't have good passenger trains. Most places we don't have good buses. A few cities have subways or underground systems, but it's not nearly what you might find in Europe or the UK or anything like that. But yes, we do have bike lanes, Spigot, in my town, and they've really expanded that just within the last 10 years. Um, the My town is one of the best for bike infrastructure, I think, in the country. um, because of all the dedicated bike lanes, very clear signage, good pedestrian paths that really connect points of interest. So connecting the grocery stores and the and the parks and that sort of thing with dedicated bike lanes. Yeah, I'm not saying it's entirely safe, but it's getting there. Ishogo says, "Let me guess, Arlington." Nope. But there are more than one out there with good bike infrastructure. Can Code says +1 mountains, -1 beaches. Hey, we have the Great Lakes. The Great Lakes have good beaches, and all the coasts have beaches. Um, yeah, we've got beaches. Disillusion says, "I'm Swiss. I have enough mountains." Okay, fair point. Ah, y'all are funny. But yeah, if you are from outside of the U.S. and you decide to visit the U.S., just be prepared that you will not be able to find a train that will get you reliably from point A to point B, probably without paying a lot of money. So you probably either want to fly or rent a car, or maybe take a. I mean, you can take like interstate buses and that kind of thing, but plan your travel ahead of time. Also, the states in the United States are much bigger than you think. They are extremely large. Like they are as large as most European countries. Some of them are much larger. So you will think that they are. You will think, oh, I can get across this state in a day, and you will be wrong. Because they are stupidly big. So you might want to fly from place to place if you have certain things you want to visit. Yeah, it's important to be safe when you're riding your bike. Absolutely. Wear a helmet. Canada too is stupidly large. Texas is like 3 European countries. Absolutely. Yeah, it is. Yep. But yeah, the western part of the United States is stupidly beautiful. The Rocky Mountains are beautiful. The Smoky Mountains are beautiful. The Great Lakes are beautiful. The Grand Canyon is beautiful. The Pacific Northwest forests are beautiful. There's a lot of beauty to be had here. Yeah, as soon as it's not only stupidly large, but no trains. That's what I was saying, right? Is that yeah? If you want to come here, you got to fly, take a car, take a bus. Those are your options. Sweden invented. I'm not gonna pronounce this right. Hovding, an airbag helmet that inflates when you crash with a bike. Yeah, that's awesome. I know race car drivers have like those neck things that protect their neck. I always thought that would be useful too for bike riders. All right. Well, I think it's time to raid. Let's go ahead and raid. We're going to hit up Time Enjoyed since I believe they raided me last time, or at least they joined on the stream last time. I think we owe them a raid back. Um, so, any last things you want to mention, feel free to do so. I'll see you all again here at the end. Let's see, next Sunday at 3 p.m. Eastern. And we're going to cover more stuff um, about state. We're going to probably, hopefully, finish our discussion of state next week. And so we can move on to more advanced topics such as escape hatches and things like use effect and interfacing our React apps with things outside of React. Thank you for the follow, Suwa55. You're welcome. I will see you all again next week. I'm starting the raid now, and I hope everyone has an excellent week. I'm going to go move a fish tank. Wish me luck. Raid is starting now. You're funny, Laylo. All right. Rock and roll. See you all next weekend.